Good morning, everybody. Could you please move to your seats so we can start our day? Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. I hope everyone had a good night last night and is refreshed and ready for our business today. We will start as we have each morning, as per our new arrangement, by reminding ourselves of decisions that we have made. So, as in the previous morning, these are decisions that have been made by the Commission through the process of each day, and this is a reminder of decisions from yesterday. So we started on agenda item 10.3 as far as decisions were made, with a report of the working group on operational effectiveness. And I'll read through them. The Commission agrees by consensus to accept the WGOE's recommended change to Rule of Procedure E2 on exceptional circumstances. Second, the Commission agrees by consensus to accept the WGOE's recommended change to Rule of Procedure E2 and Financial Regulation F2 to encourage contracting government payments. The third was the Commission agrees by consensus to accept the WGOE's recommended change to Financial Regulation F to encourage the use of payment plans. The next was the Commission requests the WGOE to consider the current situation of locking the exchange rate to the GBP and consider an alternative, including but not limited to the US dollar, and report back to IWC70. The next decision was that the Commission requests the WGOE to consider the adopted changes to Rule of Procedure E2 and Financial Regulation F2 and report to IWC70 on how the 2-year period fits within the equivalent norms at similar bodies to the IWC, so that we can have a discussion among the Commission as to whether that period is reasonable by international standards. And the last two decisions under that agenda item, the Commission requests the WGOE to consider the Acting Chair's ruling on Rule of Procedure F5E and bring back a recommendation to IWC70. Thank you, Jack. And the final decision under that agenda item is the Commission requests the WGOE to conduct a comprehensive review of the rules of procedure for clarity and inconsistencies. So those were all of the decisions that we made yesterday under that agenda item, and I thank you for those. Under 10.4, Rules of Procedure, the Commission agrees by consensus to adopt the proposed changes to Scientific Committee Rule C4 as presented in document IWC69/10.4/01. Under agenda item 11.3, on the adoption of the whale killing methods and associated welfare issues group report, the Commission adopts the whale killing methods and welfare issues working group's report and its recommendations. and I thank the committee for its work and thank all of you for agreeing to that. 12.3, adoption of the Infractions Subcommittee report. The Commission adopts the Infractions Subcommittee report, and similarly I thank the chair of that group and those who participated, and to all of you for approving the report. Adoption, agenda item 13.2, adoption of the Conservation Committee's report and work plan. The Commission adopts the Conservation Committee's report and its recommendations, noting the support in principle from the Government of Cambodia for the Irrawaddy River Dolphin CMP to be confirmed with a formal letter at a later stage. That was the decision we reached at that point. And thanks to the co-conveners of the Conservation Committee and all who participated in a very large work program there. 10.2, the biennial budget. So there was a list of things that we decided upon yesterday, and I'll read through them once again. The Commission notes that the proposed budget has been developed following the principles in the budgetary reform strategy agreed at IWC68. The Commission agrees to the proposed budget for 2025-2026 and which requires increases in financial contributions from contracting governments of 3% in 2025 and a further 3% in 2026. Document IWC69/10.2/01 Rev 1 Annex 1, and notes that this includes new critical priority items. Document IWC69/10.2/01 Rev 1 Annex 2. The second part of our decisions, or third part on this one, is the Commission notes the remaining priority needs and exceptional items that are not included in the core budget proposal. And there's a document there, IWC/69/10.2/01 Rev 1 Annex 3. The next, the Commission agrees in principle to the provisional budget of 2027-2028, which requires increases of 5% in 2027 and 5% in 2028, document IWC69/10.2/01 Rev 1 Annex 4. This will be reviewed and adjusted before being presented to the Commission for agreement at IWC 70. And the next few, the Commission notes the ongoing uncertainties with the sale of the Red House and agrees that the General Fund Reserve should be drawn on to cover the income gap if the Red House doesn't sell before 2025. Next was the Commission agrees that the General Fund Reserve should be drawn on to fund two one-off items. First of these, ensuring the Commission is compliant with the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR regulations, and funding the gap in the hosting costs of IWC 69, noting the latter has already been covered by the Government of Germany. And the last of the decisions on this agenda item is the Commission agrees that the Budgetary Subcommittee work intersessionally on the activities identified in document IWC/69/10.2/01/Rev 1 and return to IWC 70 with recommendations to address these matters. Under agenda item, and that was a big outcome, and I thank you all for agreeing to the budget for the next biennium. Under agenda item 15, update on cooperation with other organisations, the Commission notes the update on cooperation with other organisations. 16.1, election of chair. The Commission appoints the representative of Australia, Dr. Nick Gales, as chair of the Commission for the next biennial period. And under 16.2, election of vice chair, the Commission appoints the representative of Benin, Dr. Urban Brito, as vice chair of the Commission for the next biennial period. And I personally thank you and welcome as well Dr. Brito's appointment. And under 18.2, the Commission accepts the offer from Australia to host IWC 70 in 2026. So those are the list of decisions that we made yesterday. It's a long list. It's a lot of work. So congratulations to you all for efficiently and effectively dealing with all of those. What I propose to do now is to remind you of the order in which I wish to undertake today's work. I forecast this for you yesterday, and my intention is, oh, I beg your pardon, Cambodia, you have the floor. I'm sorry, I missed seeing you there. Please take the floor.
Good morning, every chair. Good morning, chair and everyone. So can you go back to the 13.2? As I mentioned yesterday, in principle, we support the CMP for Irrawaddy, freshwater Irrawaddy dolphin, but we are still on the request of the formal letter from the government, but we still not sure whether the government would willing releasing the official letter or not, but technically we support actually. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
So perhaps Cambodia, I'm just trying to see what drafting change, are you requesting a slight drafting change to make that clearer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we just keep in principle from the government of Cambodia, something we support the CMP of freshwater Irrawaddy dolphin, just full stop and then don't state any further sentence, please.
Yeah, thank you, Cambodia. I think that's a very reasonable request to make, because yes, the way the text is written does infer that it's a formality that will be agreed, and that may or may not be the case. So the proposal from Cambodia is that this decision simply read: the Commission adopts the Conservation Committee's report and its recommendations, noting the support in principle from the Government of Cambodia for the Irrawaddy River Dolphin CMP, full stop. And that's clear that that's just a approval in principle. So we can leave it there, and then presumably an intersessional decision will be made, and we can hear about that at IWC70. Is everyone comfortable with that? That can be, I think that's the spirit of the discussion yesterday, and we want to make sure the text reflects that. So we will make that alteration, and thank you very much. So I will shortly be asking the Scientific Committee, Chair and Vice Chair, to join us up here at the table, and we will open with their agenda item 14.1 through 14.3, as discussed yesterday. If there is time in this morning's session, we will also reopen the agenda item 10, and we will have a presentation on the response to the marine plastics resolution that we agreed at IWC 68, and that will include some of the final sub-agenda items on agenda item 10. I would then propose that we perhaps the next step would be to move to the Bureau membership so that we can deal with that agenda item and work through the makeup of the Bureau for the next biennial period. So in the session after tea, and some of those agenda items may flow into the session after morning tea, I would reopen agenda item number 9 on the proposed resolutions and work through the 5 resolutions, 9.1 through 9.5, and have discussions on those and get those to the point where a decision can be made on them, but no further, not actually make a decision through consensus or voting. And then we will close that agenda item. In the first session after lunch, I would open agenda item 8 on schedule amendments and agenda item 9, and we'll make a determination of the order in which, I will inform you of the order in which we deal with those two, whether we deal with the resolutions first or the schedule amendment first, through the morning, later on this morning, but we will reopen those agenda items for decision and work through those. Following that, I would intend to move to agenda item 19, other matters, and to agenda item 20, the adoption of daily reports. Now, I remind all parties in reference to adoption of daily reports, this is really just a process by which we are reminded of all of the decisions we have made at this commission through the period that will be reflected in our report. But clearly, the decisions we have read out are decisions already made by the commission, but nevertheless, agenda item 20 remains an important part of our business to close off on our report. So I hope that's clear for everybody. I've been forecasting that order now for some time, so I hope that works. And with that, I'll invite the chair and the vice chair of the scientific committee to please join us up here, and the head of science and conservation from the secretariat. And our wise triumvirate here will address the agenda item 14 on the scientific committee, and I'll just give them a moment to get here and get organised. We will also, at an appropriate point, as soon as it's ready, show you the latest slide of credentials and voting rights. We'd like to show you the updated versions of that. The Executive Secretary will let me know when that is ready to display, and I'll present that at an appropriate time before or between agenda items. Argentina, you're requesting the floor. Please take the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenos días a todos los colegas. Señor presidente, simplemente para hacer una consulta de orden, antes de comenzar con nuestras discusiones sobre el comité científico, queríamos saber si esta mañana tendríamos, como ha venido siendo habitual en estos últimos días, algún informe del comité de credenciales sobre el estado de situación al día de la fecha. Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you, Argentina. The slide I'm proposing to show you now will be the slide that will show the findings of the Credentials Committee, and will be the latest version of the parties who are here with credentials and with a right to vote. So as soon as that slide is available, we will display it. I'll be hearing from the Executive Secretary as soon as it's available, and I will show it as soon as I am able. So thank you for the question. All right, apologies for the pause. We will now show that the latest slide on the parties who are credentialed and have voting rights. If that could be displayed, please, and then we will come back and open the floor for the scientific committee. leave the slide up for a little while so you can all make sure you have seen it. And Nikki Bart and I will just shortly read out the numbers themselves. I'm sure you're all calculating them, but Nikki will confirm those numbers in just a moment. She'll do so from the Secretariat table. So just please bear with us. Nikki, you have the floor when you're ready.
Thank you. Getting my step count in today. So as at this morning, we have received and validated 63 credentials. We currently have 63 contracting governments in attendance. We have one still due to arrive, the Russian Federation, and everyone that is credentialed, in attendance and have the ability to vote, we have 57 of those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Thanks for the update. That slide's been up for some time now, so with that, I will move to agenda item 14, the Scientific Committee, and I will pass the floor to the Chair of the Scientific Committee, Dr. Alex Sabini, and look forward to their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the slides to be, oh, there they are. Thank you very much. So in the first day of the meeting, we had a presentation with a relatively brief overview of the research program of the science program of the Commission. We are now going to cover some other topics in a little bit more detail. We also received a number of questions in our SC questions email, and we plan to address those questions as well. I'd like to start with the communication initiative, the booklet. I understand that the booklet has not been made available to commissioners, unfortunately. So we thought that we could show you a few nice pictures that are in the booklet. It was prepared with a very nice graphics design, and we wanted the information to be very accessible to you. I hope we get the booklet one day, but if we don't, if you scan with your phones the QR codes on the screen right now, and I'm going to leave it for a little bit, you will be able to pull that out on your phones. And we have the booklet in 3 different languages, so you can choose whichever one you want. And the chair is telling me this also on the website. So moving forward, today we're probably going to refer, or we're certainly going to refer to some of the subgroups within the scientific committee, and we wanted to give you a very brief overview of what these groups are. Thank you, Lindsay. We have 16 subgroups that we call subcommittees or working groups, and they are divided, or they can be divided in 4 different broad categories. So there's a set of groups that we call the whaling-based one, and this involves all the work related to the ASW and implementation simulation trials, Everything that is related to management advice regarding to whaling is typically dealt by this group. We used to have a group that reviewed special permits. This group hasn't met for many years, but it's still part of the scientific committee in case one day we need to have it active. We have what we call species-based subgroups, and these deal primarily with pre-assessments of certain species. They're typically divided by hemisphere and also by the CMP. Now that we have a conservation management plans, some conservation management plan species can go through assessments. Small cetaceans does the same thing. If an assessment of a small cetacean is needed, the pre-assessment is done by that group. And the in-depth assessment subcommittee is the one that performs assessments that are not related to management advice on whaling issues. Yeah, it just takes a little delay. We also have specialist support groups, and these are very important because they provide advice to the scientific community across the board. So most of the groups that we talk about today use those specialist support groups to conduct the work. And the three groups that we put into that category are the ASI, the Abundance Estimate, Stock Status, and International Surveys. This is the group that is responsible for reviewing abundance estimates and providing advice on designing surveys and analyzing data. And they also developed the Status of Whales initiative that Ian mentioned on our first day. There is the SD and DNA, the Stock Definition Group, that deals with population structure and provides advice to other groups on those matters and matters related to DNA registry, and other topics related to genetic analysis. And there is the HIM, Human-Induced Mortality, that assesses or reviews and deals with human activities, human threats, primarily bycatch and ship strikes, but also others. And finally, we have what we call topic-based groups, and these deal with, as the name suggests, topics and include environmental concerns, sanctuaries, ecological modeling, whale watching, photo identification, and then database and related matters. These groups are led by a group of 29 fine scientists. They work hard and they donate their time to make sure the Commission receives the best advice from the scientific committee. And I'd like to just point that to all of you. Thank you, Lindsay. I think I'm not very good at pushing the button here. So these are our conveners. And again, I would like you to see their faces and meet them. And that's it for me. I'm going to hand it to Ian. Ian.
Thank you, Alex. So we were asked a question about how we deal with whaling catches. And as I said in the previous talk, one of the key things that the IWC Scientific Committee do is our population assessments. And one of the key tasks of the Secretariat is the management of the whaling catch database. This is a major undertaking for the modelling statistics team. To give you an idea of the work, this year, over this biennium, they did 225,000 coded lines of data were entered from logbooks and from papers. And those logbooks can be in various languages with hand-scrawled notes by people with dentist or doctor-like handwriting. So it's an amazing task that Sue, who you've been seeing on the reception desk, does on a daily basis. But this contains both historical catches and contemporary catches, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank member and non-member governments for supplying their catch data to us, because it's fundamental to the work of the scientific committee. So historical catch data help the committee test stock structure hypotheses and historical population trends. So it allows us to look what's happened in the past and see if our understanding fits with the data. And contemporary catches are taken into account when we're looking at the current status of any population. Sorry, I'm doing the same as Alex here. Of course, catches are not the only removal, directed takes are not the only removal. The committee also takes into account other sources, such as bycatch, vessel strikes, and entanglement, which can often be very significant. For example, one of the uses of the ship strikes database is to help us estimate removals from different cetacean populations. And one of the important areas of work the SC has identified is how it can use its expertise to review and endorse estimates of bycatch in a similar way to the approach it uses for abundance estimates. So this is something the SC has identified as being really important, and we're going to be looking at going forward. So, population assessments, what are we doing at the moment? As part of the assessments taken place this year, the committee completed the comprehensive assessment of North Pacific humpback whales, noting a real and substantial decline between 2014 and 2016 that was linked to extreme marine heat waves in the Gulf of Alaska. The committee has been assessing North Pacific sei whales for a number of years using information from historical catches, IWC power information, discovery marks, and information from other surveys. A two-structure stock hypothesis was tested. Two hypotheses were tested, but neither could account for the rarity of sei whales in areas of previously high catch levels, nor the high overall abundance. Therefore, the committee has agreed to summarise and publish the relevant information and modelling to date, and will wait for more information to help resolve these issues. 2 in-depth assessments are currently underway, and the committee will begin an implementation review of the North Atlantic humpback whales as new data are expected in the intersessional period. Once that is complete, the committee will undertake an implementation review of West Greenland humpback whales. There is also an implementation review of Eastern North Pacific grey whales planned to start in 2025. As we discussed previously, the UMEs that have been occurring in that population, this is a planned assessment, and we'll undertake that work in the biennium, or start the work in the biennium. In order to support these assessments, the committee has requested funds to support related workshops. And finally, given the amazing research that has been undertaken under the umbrella of the Franciscana CMP, the committee agreed this year that it would be an ideal candidate for a comprehensive assessment, which would be the first small cetacean that has undertaken this process. We received a request for more information about North Pacific fin whales, and we had to draw back through the scientific committee's extensive experience to find that the last fin whales in the North Pacific were last assessed by the scientific committee in 1975 at SC27. And I encourage you to go into the archives and look at that report, because it's hand-typed and about 5 pages long, I think. And it shows, I think it's a clear example of how the work of the committee has expanded over the years. The length of the report that's on the archive is a really good indication of what we now do. Unsurprisingly, the assessment was undertaken using very different methods to those the committee has developed now, and clearly, with the time that has passed, this assessment is no longer valid. To undertake a new assessment, the SC would need to begin the pre-assessment gathering of information. This allows me to highlight the work of IWC Power Programme that has surveyed all accessible regions in the North Pacific, and along with data from other national surveys, provides invaluable information on this region. Here you can see sightings from between 2019 and 2023 of the power surveys for fin whales that this programme has delivered. These and similar data on genetics, tagging and threats will be fundamental if any pre-assessment of the North Pacific fin whales is undertaken. However, if the Commission determines that this is a priority, then the SC would need guidance on what planned assessment work should be postponed. Abundance estimates. The committee reviews abundance estimates, categorising them as how they can be used by the committee. Properly reviewed and endorsed estimates are critical as the basis for SC management advice using the AWMP and for assessments of managed or depleted stocks. ASA committed and invited experts review estimates on behalf of the SC.
The world just rocked.
Okay. I was going to say, assessments are fun and exciting, but not that fun and exciting.
So, if it may be a message, but it did feel like the room shook a little bit then. That's why we were looking around, and the Executive Secretary, Marta, pointed out the movement in the chandeliers, which slightly alarming, sitting close to underneath them. But I think no alarms have been triggered or anything. I think we're safe to continue. And please use less controversial topics, Ian. Please proceed.
The guys are angry.
Thank you, and I don't think it was me, but I have got this clicker. So in the last 2 years, a total of 50 estimates from stocks of 31 cetaceans were reviewed. Some of these estimates are for species of great concern due to their relatively low numbers. So endorsed estimates are included in the IWC table of abundance estimates and made available for the public on the Commission's website. This table is another key data source managed by the Secretariat and can be seen as the official word of the Commission on the size of many cetacean populations around the world. As part of its review of the implications of moving to a biennial meetings, the committee agreed to a change in its working practices related in part to the AWMP. So for stocks related to ASW hunts, the SC needs to have an endorsed abundant estimate within a 10-year interval to ensure that the best advice can be provided. Therefore, the committee agreed that if there was an urgent requirement to review an abundant estimate in the intersessional period, then a two-step process would be employed. Firstly, the abundant estimate would be reviewed virtually by the ASI subcommittee and a categorisation recommended. This review and categorisation would then be detailed in a short report to be circulated to the wider committee and endorsed using a silence procedure. So this is one way that the scientific committee has looked at the implications for moving to a biennial structure to ensure we can still undertake the crucial work of the Commission. And I'll hand back to Alex.
Thank you, Ian. Your presentation rocks. Now we're going to talk about the conservation management plans. And the conservation management plans are an important initiative of the IWC as they provide opportunities for international coordination, collaborative conservation planning, funding opportunities, and protection of species and stocks of high priority, including those with low abundance and high risk. Yes, please.
Just an important update. That was an earthquake. There has been an event, 3.9 magnitude. Can I ask a member of the Secretariat to check with the hotel sort of management around if any action is required? I'm expecting not, but just as a formality, can we please ensure that we have direct advice, and if someone could bring that to me as soon as possible, then we can continue. But in the meantime, Alex, please continue on the floor.
Thank you, Nick. So the SC role in the CMP program is shared with the Conservation Committee. And the SC role is to review the research conducted on CMP species or priority species, is to provide advice to enhance the science and the conservation sometimes of these CMP species, and then to coordinate across multiple scientific committee subgroups to review the CMP species. And Ian mentioned earlier, or in his presentation, that the Franciscana, for example, which is a CMP species, has gone through a review, and part of the review, for example, the abundance estimates of Franciscana was reviewed by the ASI group, given their expertise, the stock definition or the stock structure by the SDDNA, so different subgroups contribute to the work of CMP. I mentioned in the first presentation that we had 5 CMPs previously endorsed by the Commission. We now have 3 more that were endorsed, one that has been endorsed by the Conservation Committee and the Scientific Committee. It's still pending some documentation from the proposing governments, but our work within the Scientific Committee is done, and we hope that that CMP is adopted at some point in the future. We also have what we call priority species. Oh, go back one, please. Yeah, no worries. So we also have priority species for CMPs, which are being evaluated by the Scientific Committee. Some of them are, for example, Mediterranean fin whales and sperm whales. There are discussions about having joint CMPs with other organizations such as CMS daughter agreements. And the Scientific Committee supports that, or the Commission supports that as well. But we have 4 priority species listed here: the Arabian Sea humpback whale, the Mediterranean fin and sperm whales, and the Iberian killer whales. And we're going to cover the Iberian killer whales in a little bit on something else. So the work done this biennium on Western Pacific gray whales, Southwest Atlantic, and Southeast Pacific right whales included reviewed information on long-term monitoring and also updated, and long-term monitoring also updated actions. The Scientific Committee, in reviewing that information, commended the international collaboration that goes among the range states of these CMPs. The Scientific Committee recommended continuation or implementation of many research projects to address priorities and threats of these species. And specifically for the Southwest Atlantic and the Southeast Pacific right whales, the IWC hosted a workshop or workshops and reviewed actions and updated those actions for those CMPs. During the last biennium, the status of the Franciscana was reviewed, and the review of the status of the Franciscana was completed. Research and monitoring actions were updated, and as Ian mentioned, the Franciscana is now a candidate for a comprehensive assessment, which will, in our opinion, facilitate conservation efforts by the range countries and prioritization efforts of the many Franciscana stocks that are going through incredibly large human threats. For South American dolphins, there were recommended actions to reduce mortality, especially in the Piracatinga fisheries. These dolphins are intentionally killed to be used as bait in that fisheries. There are moratoriums to the fisheries, and the committee recommended those moratoriums to be, or those moratoria to be extended. For the priority species, the Scientific Committee encouraged development of CMPs for both Arabian Sea and humpback whales and Mediterranean fin and sperm whales. Again, these are the 2 species that would have a CMP shared with the CMN daughter agreement, ACABMS. And also, we are looking into the possibility of developing a CMP for the Arabian Sea, for the Iberian orca. In general, the CMP subgroup recognized the value of joint CMPs, recommended the Conservation Committee to advise the IWC and other international government organizations on effective development of joint CMPs, and we also received and endorsed the CMP handbook. And finally, the SC research budget funds various projects to support CMP activities. On another topic that I've shown this slide, the Southern Ocean Sanctuary was reviewed, the third decadal review. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but that leads me to the next topic under sanctuaries, which is the Indian Ocean Sanctuary. The Indian Ocean Sanctuary was adopted by the Commission in 1975 and 79 and was reviewed only once in 2002 because this is what the Commission instruct us to do this is what's in the schedule. The schedule says that the Indian Ocean Sanctuary should review only once, whereas, for example, the Southern Ocean Sanctuary has to be reviewed every 10 years. But there is interest potentially in a new review of the Indian Ocean Sanctuary, and we would like the Commission to instruct us on how to do, as scientific committee members have asked whether we want the review of the Indian Ocean Sanctuary. I'd like to talk about the international research programs, starting with the POWER program. The POWER program addresses important information gaps for several species in the North Pacific and contributes to the ongoing committee assessment on various species, including North Pacific sei whales and humpback whales. There's a technical advisory group that will meet in November and finalize plans for this international program. There are cruises every year, and these will be presented at SC70 and IWC70. This program can only operate thanks to a kind contribution of the vessel and crew and some of the scientists to the government of Japan. So we thank Japan for this important contribution. And we also thank the United States, who also support the POWER program. I also wanted to mention, Ian mentioned this to me earlier today, that the 2024 POWER program or POWER cruise just ended recently. The boat is in Dutch Harbor. It's about to leave Dutch Harbor. We have another successful cruise that has been finalized. Another important international research program within the scientific committee is the Southern Ocean Research Partnership that was established in March of 2009 as a multilateral, non-lethal scientific research program with the goal of improving the coordinated and cooperative delivery of science to the IWC. The partnership has currently 13 member countries. New members are warmly welcomed, and the SORP ethos is one of open collaboration, communication, and data sharing. There are 7 themes covering a wide range of important topics in the SORP program, and they include a number of species that are very important in the Southern Ocean ecosystem, such as right whales, fin whales, blue whales, and humpback whales. We will hear a lot more about SORP tonight in our soiree, and everybody's welcome to come. And it will be an interesting event. And Lindsay, and Lindsay is telling me that you should have this booklet about SORP on your desks. So in the last biennium, the committee also received plans for 6 national cruises and reports for 11 completed surveys. And the committee was also happy to provide advice to Korea on its plans for cetacean sighting survey that it will be conducted in 2025 using vessels and aircrafts. With that, I will hand it to Lindsay, and she will cover some other topics right now.
Good morning, everyone. So now we will start responding to some of the questions that we received, both from those of you who came to our Science Hub, and thank you. It was lovely to meet some of you and chat a little more about the work that we do. And we also received some questions through the dedicated email. So first of all, we had a question about how does the IWC deal with species that are new or newly designated. So the IWC Scientific Committee follows the Society of Marine Mammalogy Taxonomy Committee classifications with respect to what species and subspecies are recognised. However, we do evaluate information relevant to taxonomy and provide recommendations for work to better resolve taxonomy. Can I have the next slide? So, for example, at SC68C, we reviewed a paper on the genomics that was used in the recognition of rhesus whale as a distinct species and provided advice on future work to better understand the relationship of rhesus whale with other species in the Brodus whale complex. The rhesus whale was designated as a species only in 2021, and sometimes it's known as the Gulf of Mexico whale. Concerning this whale this year, the committee reiterated its serious concern for the only known population of rhesus whale, which is estimated to be around 50 individuals. This is one of the species that was suggested as a possible candidate for the extinction alert, the first of which we released last year. However, we still do not know that much about its species distribution or indeed its life history. Next slide, please. So all of this work comes under the SDDNA testing working group, or SDDNA. A key component of population assessment is to understand this stock structure. So in order to base these assessments on the best available scientific information, the SDDNA working group provides technical advice on issues relating to stock structure of species of interest to the scientific committee. So in that role, it reviews and evaluates scientific papers, providing information on population structure and taxonomy of cetaceans. A recent case study, which was part of the blue whale evaluation, was to look at subspecies taxonomy and population structure. So SDDNA evaluated information on genomics, songs, movements, and body lengths and proportions of blue whales to identify the appropriate units to model for the assessment. In addition, SDDNA also provides guidelines to promote production of high-quality data and the use of appropriate analytical approaches. And I would just like to say that the convener for this group is in the room, Amy. And Amy is our incoming Vice Chair of the Scientific Committee. So if you have any questions about SDDNA, Amy is the person to go to. Next. Still me. We received a question concerning a new and emerging concern over the trade in fish products. Those of you who know the vaquita story well will understand that an illegal fishery targeting the swim bladder of a particular fish is what's driving the bycatch and the subsequent near extinction of this species. Unfortunately, this is not the only fishery and not the only coastal small cetacean species that's being impacted by this new and emerging demand for swim bladders. At our meeting this year, we expressed serious concern over the growing international demand for these swim bladders from croaker fish species. And this is resulting in relatively high bycatch in areas where both the Australian snubfin dolphin, which is on your right-hand side, and the Susa, the Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin that is in Australia. We also received new information from Bangladesh and Papua New Guinea that shows the bycatch of small cetaceans has increased due to this surge in fisheries. An overall analysis of the location of these fisheries and where and how they overlap with small cetaceans show that there are at least 6 species that we will likely have to be concerned about in the future. Our recommendation from our meeting was that the Commission liaise more with CITES to better evaluate or understand how this fish species can be put on Appendix 1 of CITES so that we can better protect the dolphins that are impacted by the fisheries. One of the questions we were asked was, could we confirm if we are going to send a letter from the Secretariat, or what will be our next steps? The Scientific Committee in the past has sent many letters to many organisations, but quite often actually speaking to the people that you wish to collaborate with, that you wish to conduct a management action, is a far better and more appropriate strategy. As we have heard, the Secretariat are trying to increase their engagement with other multilateral instruments, and CITES is one of the ones that the Secretariat is targeted to try and liaise more with and be more involved in the CITES meetings as they are coming back again after a seizure or a pause over the COVID years. So yes, we may send a letter, but we will certainly be engaging with CITES over this and other matters that impact cetaceans. Next. Small cetaceans, okay. Hooray, I get to talk about small cetaceans again. So the work of the Scientific Committee on Small Cetaceans is fantastic, as we all know, not that I'm biased. And this year, and for the next 4 years, our priority topic are the small cetaceans of the South Pacific Islands. For the purposes of our review, the South Pacific Island region encompasses 16 sovereign states, of which 10 are members of the International Whaling Commission. We are embarking on an assessment of 5 species: short-fin pilot whale, melon-headed whale, false killer whale, and pygmy killer whale, which are often referred to as blackfish. In addition, we have included the rough-toothed dolphin. The reason we've chosen these species is that they are ecologically similar and poorly known from this region, but we know that they are heavily impacted by fisheries interactions. Species reviews conducted by the Small Cetacean Subcommittee normally consider biological factors such as abundance, distribution, population structure, ecology, life history, habitat, and role in ecosystem function, as well as threats such as directed and incidental takes, pollution, development, resource extraction, resource depletion, and of course climate change. Given the scope of this planned work, the review will require multiple years and a multi-stakeholder engagement process. And indeed, at our first workshop earlier this year, both cetacean researchers from throughout the South Pacific Island region, as well as representatives from the regional fisheries management organisations and the Secretariat of the Pacific Region Environmental Programme were all in attendance. We hope to conduct our next workshop in collaboration directly with the BMI, the Bycatch Mitigation Initiative of this committee, where we will be directly working with fisheries management organisations to assess available data so that we can proceed with our review. Next. Again, this is our response to a question which we received regarding the narwhals of Greenland. For several years, the Scientific Committee has been concerned regarding the imminent risk of extirpation of 3 populations of narwhals in East Greenland if the catches continue. This year at the Scientific Committee, we conducted a review of the existing recommendations that the committee has made over this particular topic. And of the 7 recommendations pertinent to the Greenland small cetacean hunt, 4 of them remain open and 3 were closed. In particular, we were asked what was the response to a letter that we had sent to the Minister for Fisheries and Hunting and to the Minister for Agriculture, Self-Sufficiency, Energy and Environment, which was one of our recommendations to the Secretariat. We did send the letter, and yes, we did see a response saying the letter was being forwarded to the appropriate government department, and we await on any further response from the committee, perhaps in the next year. Next. Oh, there it is.
Lindsay, while you pause for a moment, I'll just make a very quick announcement to give you a chance to get to where you need to be. So in relation to the quake we had, just so you all know what's going on, yes, there was a small tremor, so we need not be concerned, but to be clear about what would happen if we received a larger quake here, in the case of a larger earthquake, there will be an alarm. The 3 exits of the plenary will be used. So the 2 we've been using plus 1 additional exit. 2 security guides will then lead us down to the stairs, not the lifts. And the meeting point is in front of the hotel. That would be the process. So if we hear the alarms, then just a careful and orderly movement to the 3 exits at the back and follow the guidance given to you there to move down the stairways and move out in front of the hotel. So I thank the Secretariat and the hotel staff for updating us, and I think we can relax and continue to enjoy the Scientific Committee presentation. Back to you, Lindsay.
So perhaps it's appropriate we're now talking about deep sea mining. So deep sea mining has become a popular topic of discussion in the last several years. Noting the growing concern over the effects of deep sea mining and its potential to adversely impact large sea areas, the committee has recommended that independent research be conducted to better understand impacts, that new deep sea mining developments thoroughly assess impact to cetaceans, their ecosystems, and agrees to establish a new intersessional correspondence group to consider this and to present the matter further at our meeting this year. So those recommendations were made in 2023, and indeed the deep sea mining ICG has been very active over the last year. Our committee noted that deep sea mining is still in development, and though concerns were raised that commercial permitting may occur before the potential impacts to the habitat and cetaceans are fully understood and before appropriate mitigation measures are developed. So given the potential impact and unknowns of deep sea mining on cetacean populations, particularly deep diving ones, the committee believes that this is an issue that we should be directly involved in. I've lost my place. The question that we were asked specifically, next slide please, was what would that engagement look like? We've all heard many times that we are financially challenged at this moment in time, so it was suggested that perhaps instead of sending a member of the Secretariat to participate in the ISA meetings, that instead that we nominate someone from the SC who's already participating to attend as an observer. Certainly this is something that we do with many other agreements. If we have members of the SC who have their several hats and attend different conventions, so that is something that we'll be seeking to do in the next year to make sure that there is an understanding and representation from the International Whaling Commission in that fora. Next. Bycatch. Sorry, my slides are not in your order. Okay. Yes. Oh, yes. I was just trying to remember what the question was, sorry. So we were asked a question about the bycatch mitigation initiative, particularly with regards to mitigation measures in the toolbox of mitigation processes that we currently have available. So to remind us all, the bycatch mitigation initiative is made up of 3 interrelated components: a bycatch coordinator that sits within the Secretariat, a standing working group on bycatch which comes under the IWC's Conservation Committee, in addition to a multidisciplinary expert panel that advises the coordinator of the standing working group. The overall aim of the BMI is to raise awareness on the need for action on cetacean bycatch at both national and international levels, and to promote the use of effective tools to understand and tackle the issue. To be fully effective, the BMI will need to work closely with experts from multiple disciplines and other international frameworks and organisations which have established the mandate to manage fisheries. Sorry, they're slightly different, the slides it's throwing me. Okay. So the BMI concentrates in 4 areas: to improve assessment of bycatch, to determine priorities and to measure success, to look at innovation and testing of mitigation and management methods and approaches, to build capacity and transfer expertise and technology, and to engage and collaborate with other relevant international organisations. Sorry, next. And the next slide again. Okay, we were asked specifically about pilot projects. The BMI has identified 7 pilot projects, the first of which is underway. With these pilot projects, they were chosen because they were in locations and fisheries where potential for experimental approaches were feasible, where collaborations could be built and where it was possible to transfer and mitigate the impact of the fishery, and the chance of success was enhanced. Our priority was small-scale artisanal fisheries in developing countries that used gill nets, pots and traps. So depending on the context for each pilot project, mitigation measures and strategies to trial could include low-cost mitigation devices, gear switching, moving to alternative livelihoods, spatial temporal restrictions and other new innovative mitigation. We also include, of course, in any assessment, socio-economic data. So we were asked specifically, because there's been a lot of talk about the use of plastic bottles as a mitigation effort, because these have been shown to be very effective. But one thing that we are discovering is that no single solution exists to prevent cetacean bycatch. So each pilot project will be approached on a case-by-case basis to understand the fishery and to understand which mitigation actions are appropriate, but certainly the full suite of mitigation tools that we have will be considered. Next slide. And the paper that everyone, or a few people have been talking about, is this one which was presented at SC, and I do encourage you to search the number and look that up. It's a great paper showing a very effective, simple solution to a problem fishery. Environment, that's you. I seem to be doing a lot of talking, Alex. So we were asked a tough question. How is the scientific committee evaluating the growing impacts of climate change on cetacean populations, and is there a relevant work stream? Well, climate change comes across many different areas of the SC's work. Could I ask you to go to the next slide? So this is, I don't expect you to read it all, but it's a graphic representation of what it is that climate change does. And there are many components of this that are worked with in our committee. So for example, can I ask you to click? Anything to do with prey or altered prey dimensions comes under the Environmental Modelling Subcommittee. Next. For information on or changes in... Sorry, my slides are not playing. For disease-related or pathogen or disease exposure, this comes under environmental concerns and stranding initiative. For impacts or concerns that alters distribution or impacts mortality, this comes under population assessment subcommittees. And for anything that augments or exacerbates human-caused mortality, that comes under HIM. Because of the scale and the range of impacts that climate change can bring about in the world of cetaceans, we feel it's necessary that we have to cover this topic across many, if not all, of our work streams. And indeed, next, at our meeting, and small cetaceans, how could I forget small cetaceans? Small cetaceans has climate change as a standing agenda item on our, for all of our species reviews, so we deal with that within our committee as well. Next slide, please. So this is our statement that we made in our reports this year, was that we do encourage everyone to submit information to the committee on impacts on cetaceans from climate change. We will continue to evaluate how each working group incorporates climate change within its remit. We will review progress of the 2021 workshop recommendations. An online workshop was held on climate change during COVID times. And we will also attempt to integrate climate change in our ongoing cumulative impact work. And I would just like to note that we will be working with the CMS Climate Change meeting in Edinburgh in February 2025, so that we can continue to grow our collaboration with those other entities which overlap and work on many of the same issues that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. That should be me now. So the scientific committee engages with the conservation committee, as we all believe that interaction between the two groups is extremely important for the conservation of cetaceans. And we have a joint scientific committee, conservation committee group, and the overall aim of that group, the conservation committee, scientific committee, is to what's listed on the slide: review, collate, prioritize conservation recommendations to both conservation committee and scientific committee, to communicate priority recommendations to the correct stakeholders, be it governments or IGOs, review and report progress of our work together to the Commission. Since the 68th meeting, the IWC68 meeting, the Conservation Committee and the Scientific Committee have met twice. We met in 2023 after the Scientific Committee meeting in person. That was the 7th meeting of this group. And we met in May 2024 through a virtual meeting, which was the 8th meeting of the group. And moving forward, we agreed that the meetings of these two groups, now that the Scientific Committee is meeting biannually, is that the meeting of the two groups will be at least biennial and virtual. We have a number of topics of interest that is mutual, and we try to collaborate on both of those, on all of those topics. I'm not going to read them out to you, but they are on the screen, and you can see the breadth of programs or research topics that the two groups work together on. And finally, in the intersessional period, we develop a strawman process that considers emerging joint priorities of the Conservation Committee and the Scientific Committee, alongside core priorities and considerations of the work across the International Whaling Commission. And these priorities include ASW, priorities, CMP, task teams, direct takes, and other important conservation issues to cetaceans. In addition, we consider adding a weight or amplified score system given to assess the likelihood of success, and possibly even what consequences are if recommendations, when recommendations made by the two groups are not prioritized. The The Conservation Committee and Scientific Committee recommendations are assessed considering threats to topics identified from strategic plans, bycatch, entanglement, ship strikes, marine debris, chemical pollution, noise, habitat health status. One important aspect is the One Health approach, which is a fundamental interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. So now I wanted to cover topics covered or agenda items covered in the Scientific Committee Plenary. And you have a nice picture of the Scientific Committee this year. It was another meeting held in Bled, and we had a wonderful time in that lovely city. The topics that I'm going to cover today under that agenda or that presentation are the communication initiative, support and engagement, extinction alert, the Scientific Committee budget, voluntary funds, data holdings, publications, and the working methods of the committee. So we've spoken about the communication initiative, which is an initiative developed by the Scientific Committee to improve communication of our work with the Commission and the general public. There are four main elements of the communication initiative. It's the SC presentation, which are the two presentations that we give to this group during the meeting, the SIG booklet that we talked about, the Science Hub, which was outside, and we received some nice visits from some of you at that place, and the banners that are shown right by the Science Hub. So we're taking steps towards improving the way we communicate with the Commission, and we would like feedback from the Commission on how we would, or how you would like to see our work communicated. If there are improvements that we can make, please let us know. And before I move to the next slide, I was going to say that the communication initiative is largely a work of a steering committee that provides good ideas on developing all of the activities that we do under that initiative. But there are two main driving forces on this group, and I would like us to acknowledge them. They are shown on the slide. So that one is Kate from the Secretariat and Mike from Australia. And I would like us to give them a round of applause for the work that they do. Kate Wilson and Mike Double. And Kate, we would like you to come up here because we have a present for you from the Scientific Committee. Thank you very much for everything. And Mike Double's going to get presents too, but that's going to be at the bar at the end of the day. Something else that I think it's important to the work of the Scientific Committee, and we see this more and more, and it's not only the Scientific Committee, but the Conservation Committee is engaged in this, and the Commission itself is engaged in this, which is the cooperation of other organizations. And there's too many to talk about them individually, but I'd like to show you the number of different organizations that the Commission and the Scientific Committee collaborate with or integrate their work with, and they're listed, their acronyms at least is listed on the screen. And it's an amazing amount of work. A lot of this is done by the Secretariat, and we thank you for leading some of these important work in liaising with other international organizations. In terms of support and other support and engagement related matters, we know that the Scientific Committee cannot operate without its invited participants, and you can see that they come from many parts of the world. to contribute to the work of the scientific committee. These participants often provide, or they are invited, but they come providing their expertise for free for the scientific committee. And we thank all of the participants that contribute to the program, the science program of the IWC. We also have been doing work in collaboration directly with certain governments. One example is a workshop held by the governments of Spain and Portugal in March and February this year, where scientific committee members were invited to come to Madrid and assist the governments of Spain, Portugal, and Morocco that was there in developing mitigation measures to minimize the effects or the impacts of orcas that are interacting with boats off the coast of the Iberian Peninsula, the Atlantic coast of the Iberian Peninsula. And I don't know why that disappeared, but so that is the report of the workshop was brought into the scientific committee for evaluation. The scientific committee reviewed that report and endorsed it. And that was during discussions of that report that the idea of developing a CMP for these whales, there's a very small number of orcas in that population. It's thought to be between 40 and 60. And the idea to develop a CMP for that population came out of these discussions. We also had in 2023 a pre-meeting that was sponsored by the government of New Zealand, thank you New Zealand, to review a spatial risk assessment on hectares in Maui's dolphin, and that was an independent review by the scientific committee with experts from New Zealand and experts from the scientific committee to progress the work on assessing the status of this also endangered species. So these are two examples of products that the scientific committee can provide to member countries in addition to the traditional normal work that the scientific committee does. We're going back to Lindsay. She's going to talk a little bit more about Extinction Alert because she does not like to talk.
And I think we don't need to move this one. Okay, which is good. Thank you, Alex. So we wanted to, given that we've had our first extinction alert, I thought that we should explain a little more what our current working process is with regards to how we will use or may use the extinction alert in the future. So to remind you, we previously agreed, or the Commission agreed, that statements would be issued in two specific circumstances. When a cetacean species or distinct population is possibly extinct or has gone extinct, and there is a sudden, grave concern about the survival of a cetacean species or a distinct population. Following discussion, after the first extinction alert, we further clarified when and how we might embark upon another extinction alert process. So our interpretation of these circumstances, or given our interpretation of our circumstances, the committee recommends that cases should only be brought forward sparingly so as not to devalue the use of the first extinction alert or the extinction alert process. Each extinction alert should be proposed by the committee based on a case-by-case evaluation of the species or distinct population. Thirdly, there is a reasonable expectation that issuing an extinction alert may achieve significant media coverage and result in a positive impact or impacts. For example, it may raise the profile of a situation of the taxon concerned in such a way that the public and people in positions of influence may be more fully informed. Scientific considerations which might be used to assist when evaluating the term sudden grave concern include, alone or in combination, new information on the status of the species, subspecies or population, for example, a precipitous reduction or a new awareness of a previously unrecognised and threatened population or subspecies, the size of the species or population itself, clear evidence of continuous, ongoing or long-term declines likely to lead to extinction in the near term, and any catastrophic threats that may have occurred within the primary habitat of the proposed candidate. So as we move forward, there is the part of me that hopes we don't have to issue any more extinction alerts, but almost certainly there will be some requests or recommendations coming across our desk in the next few years, and certainly we will keep the Commission informed as and when these occur. I think it's still me. Oh.
Yeah, thank you very much to all three of our presenters. I gather we're well into the presentation now, but what I propose is that we have a break for coffee and discussions, and we will resume. So it's almost 10:30. We will resume promptly, please, at 11 o'clock. The presentation will be completed. I believe there's only about 15 minutes left, so we will complete the presentation. We will open for discussion. There's a lot to discuss on this, so we'll open for discussion on the report and move on in the order of the agenda items I had said this morning. And before the end of that session, I will give you an update on my intended timing of agenda items for the rest of the day. So with that, we'll break for morning tea. Thank you. can you all resume your seats, please, so we can resume the session? All right, thank you all. Welcome back. I would like to give you an update of my intention for timing. Obviously, this is a moving feast because we need to give the right amount of time to each of the agenda items. But my intention is as follows, that for this session, we will resume the presentation from the Scientific Committee. They're close to the end of their slides. We will then open for a discussion on their presentation, an appropriate discussion, and complete that. Once that is complete, I will keep the agenda item 14.2 of the Scientific Committee open and 14.3, the last couple of items. I will keep those open and we will move back to agenda item 10, F&A, discuss the marine plastics, as I said, and then we can come back and close off 14. So we will return and deal with anything else we need to at the end of agenda item 10 and hopefully close that as well. I will also be hoping to hear an update about the Science Liaison Group to put to the Commission as to some of the membership, and we'll have a brief discussion on that. And if we have time before lunch, we will also move to a discussion on agenda item 17, Bureau membership, but we'll just get to that if we can in this session. I now yes, we'll obviously be adopting reports and closing agenda items as part of it, so that's fine. I will then, I had said this morning that we would be having this session for discussing resolutions and then the following session for decisions. So my intention now is this afternoon, the first session, I'll update at the end of this session on this, but the first session this afternoon will be a discussion of the resolutions and where we are at with that. And we will take those until we are at the point of decision. And the second session this afternoon is now intended to be the session in which we will make our decisions on the agenda items 8 and 9, the schedule amendment and the resolutions. So that's my intention. And so with that, I will now ask the Chair of the Scientific Committee to resume their presentation on their report. So Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We just finished that slide, so I'm going to go next and I'm going to hand it to Lindsay. She's going to talk about voluntary funds.
Thank you, Alex. So you will hear a lot more about voluntary funds this evening. If you attend, and you are all welcome to please come to the voluntary fund soiree, which will be by the swimming pool on the 3rd floor of this building this evening at 7 p.m, and I hope to see you here. This map shows where the small cetacean voluntary fund, which is only one of the 6 funds that we have, has focused its work since its inception in 2014. I feel I should know that. As you can see, we concentrate, or we've had a lot of projects within the South Pacific and Asia and also in South America. I feel that we should probably concentrate more effort as well on the western side of the Atlantic, where certainly there are many populations, particularly of small cetaceans, which are vulnerable and might benefit from the attention of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. So the next, just have two more topics to cover, or two slides to cover. The next topic is the working methods of the committee. I mentioned in our first session this meeting that the scientific committee handbook is up on the web for commissioners to look at. We need your endorsement of the document so we can continue updating it, and primarily we can publish it on our web. The scientific committee handbook describes the work of the committee, or the working methods of the committee, and it is typically a living document, if Ian is going to confirm that, because we're always updating it. And it has gone through important updates now that we're going into a biennial meeting, and then we have changes in our budget and the budget process within the scientific committee. So please have a look at that, and we ask you to endorse that document if you agree with that. The next topic is the election of new officers. We talked about the election of a new vice chair-elect that was endorsed by the Commission yesterday during our discussions of an FNA paper. And I'd like to announce that, this is the end of my term. And our vice chair, Dr. Lindsay Porter, is going to take over my position. And at the scientific committee meeting last time, we elected a new incoming chair and a new incoming vice chair-elect. Our new incoming chair, Dr. Amy Lang from the United States, is here. Amy, I'd like you to stand up, please. Maybe she's not here. Oh, there she is. Thank you. And unfortunately, Thomas couldn't be here, but we send him our very best wishes for joining the scientific committee leadership. He's going to be a great addition to this group. And yes, and so for me, like I said, it was my last scientific committee meeting as chair, and after that, I'm done. And I just would like to say a few words of acknowledgement to people who supported me over this last 6 years in the scientific committee leadership. And I will start with the members of the scientific committee. We are an incredible group of people. It's been a privilege for me to lead this group. It's been a privilege for me to serve the scientific committee and the commission. And I'd like to acknowledge all the members for their input and their contribution to the committee and to make my work easier. I'd like to thank conveners, co-conveners, and rapporteurs. I think any chair would be able to do it without them. We have a picture of them. Lindsay let me borrow pictures of her rapporteurs, and they're all smiling, but sometimes they're going through long reports at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and their work is also very important and very welcome. I'd like to thank the Secretariat. Like I said yesterday, the scientific committee wouldn't operate without you, and it's an amazing group of people. And in addition of co-workers, I made a lot of friends in there, and I thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and please, all of the members of the Secretariat. Oh, I'm getting to that. It's been a privilege to work with Ian. I could say a lot of things, but Ian is the head of science of conservation and management of the Secretariat, and we often refer to that position as the HOSM. And the way that I think I could express my appreciation for Ian is to say that the HOSM is awesome. And I hope that becomes a saying within the commission, because you're awesome, Ian. I'd like to thank Dame Porter many of you might know that in the weekend before the scientific committee this year, Lindsay was received by the royal family and was awarded an OBE. And so she came to the scientific committee, and at the end of the meeting, she was knighted as the scientific committee queen using a kitchen spatula. And Ian, I have a little present for you that I'm going to ask Mike Double. Oh, thank you. So this is the scientific committee baton, and I'm passing it to you as the new chair of the scientific committee.
Thank you.
And so thank you very much. I wish you all the best. I wish you, Amy, all the best. And I wish Thomas all the best. I hope you're watching. And if you're not watching, all the best the same way. And my last slide is I couldn't be here without the support from two governments. The government of Brazil, obviously, I'm a delegate from Brazil. And I appreciate the government of Brazil making me a delegate to take on this position. Ricardo, muito obrigado. You representing Brazil. And obviously, the US supported a lot of my work as scientific committee chair. Ryan, I appreciate very much all the support that I got from you, from NOAA, during all these years. And so that's it. Thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure to work with all of you.
Well, your work is not yet done, Alex, but I add my enormous thanks to you for all of the work you have done, and I know this Commission values the work of the Scientific Committee and your leadership of it over the past years extremely highly. So we sincerely thank you for your hard work and many difficult discussions and debates, challenges over budget, challenges over dueling priorities, and you've handled them with aplomb. So I thank you very much on behalf of all of the Commission. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. I also welcome warmly Lindsay to the role, and I know she will continue the fine standards that have been set before her and maintain that level of leadership from the committee into the future. So welcome Lindsay, and welcome Amy, and welcome Thomas to the groups. I know the Commission looks forward to working with all of you. So now, though, your work does continue, and I open the floor for questions and comments to the Scientific Committee leadership and to the Secretariat leadership on the matters of science, and open the floor to any questions and comments. The floor is open. I see Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Alex, dear Lindsay, dear Jan, and all the others from the SC, thank you for the excellent report and the fantastic job you're doing. Science is the base for the work of the IWC. Decisions are the result of the work of the IWC. That means science is the base for our decisions. Therefore, science should be strengthened, not weakened. Unfortunately, the Vaquita and the SC have several things in common. Both are unique and we should take care of them. Meeting by meeting, we're highlighting the importance to save or to preserve them. But in both cases, the relevant numbers know only one direction. Losing the Vaquita would be tragic. Should we lose the SC, many of the remaining cetaceans could suffer. Some may think that another 20 or 30,000 pounds less for the SC, as decided yesterday, isn't so tragic. Some may think so because we cut much more over the last years and it's still working. But we're not just cutting the budget of the SC, we're cutting the reputation of the SC. Many scientists attending the SC are working for free or are paid by universities or sometimes by governments, not by the IWC. How can I convince a scientist that the work in the SC is important? How can he or she convince the university or the government that the work in the SC is important when the Commission is cutting the budget for the SC every time we meet? Any future cuts in the budget of the SC will question the credibility of the IWC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland, for your comments. I recognise Hungary.
Thank you, Chair. The EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW offer their sincere appreciation to the Scientific Committee for all their efforts over the last biennium, especially taking into account the budgetary context. We especially thank the SC leadership, the conveners of the different subcommittees, rapporteurs, and all other experts involved in the day-to-day operation of the committee. The EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW acknowledges the concerns raised by the SC leadership and several contracting governments regarding the declining budget for scientific research within this organization. We will continue our efforts to support the SC in fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Commission in a high-quality manner. We also commend the efforts of all experts involved in developing the extinction alert for the vaquita. We strongly encourage continued actions to prevent the extinction of this critical endangered species and support refining the criteria for issuing extinction alerts in the future. We agree with prioritizing activities related to ASW and emphasize the importance of focusing on conservation and threat-related work within the IWC. However, we should ensure that sufficient funds remain available for conservation work in the SC as well. Having listened to discussion this week, the EU and its member states that are party to the Convention would like to reconfirm their strong support for the full suite of work the Scientific Committee is doing to provide the Commission with appropriate advice. We endorse the review of the Southern Ocean Sanctuary and its conclusions and support revising the terms of reference for this review. We thank the SC for its support on various cetacean conservation initiatives within the EU member states, such as the workshop on killer whale interactions in the Strait of Gibraltar and the work on EU Life Ciprina project. We reaffirm our commitment to addressing threats to cetacean populations within our jurisdictions and managing these effectively. Finally, Chair, as mentioned under agenda item 10 on finance and administration, we wish to include marine debris to the list of funded proposals for the SC in order to continue the implementation of Resolution 2022-1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hungary. I recognise the United Kingdom. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to just echo the thanks that have been given to Alex as the outgoing chair for his tremendous work, and a very warm welcome to Lindsay, Amy and Thomas as incoming into the new roles as well. The United Kingdom would also like to thank just the Scientific Committee and all of the different groups underneath as well for their continued tireless work, and also all of the very detailed updates and presentations to the IWC69. I think this is a clear demonstration that that the Scientific Committee continues to be at the very heart of everything that we do as the IWC. On a particular matter in relation to the presentation this morning and the update on North Pacific fin whales, noting the last assessment was done in 1975 and that this population is again subject to hunting, it would be good to clarify the process for considering any next steps on this, if that was okay. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. We will note that particular question and come back to that for a response from the SC, so thank you. And I now recognise India.
Thank you, Chair. India would like to thank the scientific committee for their very important work, as India has always emphasized science-based assessment and policy driven by the science are key to holistic conservation. We are happy to inform that India has completed the first range-wide scientific assessment of river dolphins in the country, and the report will be released soon. India is committed to science-based conservation of its biodiversity. We are in discussion with the scientific committee and conservation committee and would like to taking this forward for marine mammal assessment that is due to happen on the Indian coast. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, India. I recognise Guinea.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais sincèrement remercier le comité scientifique pour tout le travail abattu. Et comme je l'ai dit à l'avance, le comité scientifique est la boussole de notre commission qui donne des orientations claires, scientifiques, pour nous permettre d'évoluer honnêtement. Ainsi, j'ai eu à parcourir un peu le programme POER et le rapport des groupes associés, le groupe de travail associé au comité. Je n'arrive pas à voir un peu l'évaluation directe, l'évaluation scientifique directe de la biomasse des baleines et ainsi et aussi les indices d'abondance des principales espèces et dans les zones de prédilection. Si le comité peut nous indiquer un peu dans un tableau très clair quel est l'indice d'abondance et quelle est l'évaluation directe de la biomasse. Ma deuxième question, c'est quand nous prenons un habitat de baleines, surtout des espèces qui ont les mêmes biotopes, alors quand l'habitat présente un indice d'abondance, quelles sont les conséquences de l'alimentation de ces espèces par rapport à l'alimentation humaine? Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Guinea. Yes, we will also note those questions and ask the Scientific Committee Chair and leadership to respond to those. I recognise Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiéramos sumarnos al agradecimiento al presidente del Comité Científico por el detallado informe que nos acaba de presentar sobre los esfuerzos del comité y sobre los resultados del trabajo. Agradecer asimismo a la Secretaría por el apoyo que ha brindado a las tareas del comité y dar al mismo tiempo la bienvenida a las nuevas autoridades, augurándoles el mayor de los éxitos en sus tareas. Esperamos que el comité pueda continuar brindando el más sólido fundamento a las decisiones que se toman en el marco de esta comisión. Quisiéramos, por último, reiterar, como ya lo hicimos en el tramo en el que se consideró el presupuesto de esta organización y como hicieron otras delegaciones antes que nosotros, reiterar nuestra preocupación frente a los niveles decrecientes de financiamiento del comité y hacer votos para que se encuentren las maneras de procurar para nuestra organización un crecimiento más equilibrado de ese presupuesto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I recognise US.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks made by other speakers before me, thanking you for all of your work and for the presentation. I also wanted to note, I thought the process, again, of having scientific committee leadership available here throughout the week to answer questions and then to bring those conversations back to us is actually incredibly useful. And I know it helps everyone help digest the work that you do, but also get to increase that dialogue. And when you present it all, it just further underscores the breadth of work that you do. So thank you, Alex, Dr. Zappini. It has been a privilege to work with you. You have done a fantastic job at the helm of what is a jewel for this commission and a big testament to you. I would also like to congratulate our incoming leadership. And I believe this is the first time we've ever had two women as our chair and vice chair simultaneously, and I think that should be acknowledged and celebrated as well. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you, US. I recognise New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand would like to join in thanking the Scientific Committee and its groups for their work. We would also like to thank the Chair and Vice Chair for their clear presentations that are accessible to non-scientists. Like others who have spoken, New Zealand strongly supports the work of the Scientific Committee. We welcome the IWC's cooperation with CMS to develop guidelines for regional in-water interactions with marine wildlife. This is a great example of the benefits that can be achieved when the IWC cooperates with other international organisations. We would like to commend the substantive amount of work that has been undertaken as part of the Bycatch Mitigation Initiative. This initiative is a vital part of the IWC's contribution to lessening the threat of bycatch visitations. We are delighted to note that use of the Whale Watching Handbook continues to increase. This demonstrates the handbook as a practical resource for whale watching businesses. We encourage members to promote its use. The handbook is now available in all 3 languages of the Commission. We recognise the engagement that has occurred with stakeholders from the South Pacific Island region, including the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Programme, SPREP. We encourage this engagement to continue. Finally, we encourage all IWC members and observers to engage in the work of both the scientific and conservation committees, including their capacity building activities in whale watching, bycatch mitigation, strandings and disentanglement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, New Zealand. I recognise Panama.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Hacemos eco de las felicitaciones por el informe tan detallado que nos ha brindado el Comité Científico. Gestión en base a la ciencia es la clave y definitivamente el Comité Científico tiene tan importante labor de asesorarnos para tomar decisiones en base a ciencia. No contamos con otra organización que cuente con un comité científico tan multidisciplinario como el que tenemos. Es por tal razón que instamos a hacer los mejores esfuerzos para que el comité científico continúe con esta labor tan importante, con los fondos necesarios para que continúen asesorándonos en el seno de nuestra organización. Agradecemos también a Alex por este especial liderazgo que tuvo a pesar de las restricciones presupuestarias, dando una buena representación desde el Grupo de Buenos Aires. Sabemos que continuará apoyándonos en labores de fortalecimiento de capacidades en favor de las responsabilidades y obligaciones que debemos cumplir en este marco de la organización. A la doctora Potter le damos una cordial bienvenida y también le deseamos los mejores éxitos. Cuenta con un equipo increíble acompañado de Amy y Tomás. Y sobre todo por el apoyo incondicional de la Secretaría. Hago eco de las palabras de Estados Unidos donde dice que bienvenido al poder femenino al mando. Saludos.
Thank you very much, Panama. I recognise Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil is proud to have contributed with a delegate who is also the chair of the scientific committee. And the importance of the work of SC is clear. It speaks per se. We can notice that from the report that was made. Brazil has been expanding its interests in this commission, and these interests turn around the work of the scientific committee. As our colleague, as Panama has reminded us, it's a very special thing for a commission to count on a multidisciplinary scientific committee like the one we have. We do expect it's going to be able to continue its excellent work for which Zerbini has been central to build it. We welcome Lindsay, and we expect to keep on counting with support of the staff in Cambridge, and looking forward to working with women at the SC now. So welcome, Lindsay, and thanks, Alex.
Thank you very much indeed. Brazil, I recognise Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous félicitons le comité scientifique pour la qualité du travail et surtout le président sortant. Et par la même occasion, nous souhaitons la cordiale bienvenue à la nouvelle présidente avec qui nous souhaitons avoir une bonne collaboration, surtout en termes de défis. Je parle de défis parce que tout ce qui a été présenté comme travaux, nous constatons que les pays du Sud sont presque laissés pour compte. Et nous souhaitons que dans les prochains programmes, que les pays du Sud qui ont peut-être des technologies un peu faibles par rapport à ce qui se fait dans les pays développés, en termes d'études sur les baleines, que les pays du Sud en bénéficient. Et si je prends ma région comme l'Afrique de l'Ouest, voir quels sont les impacts des transports, parce que c'est une zone où le transport maritime est très développé. Quel est l'impact de ce transport sur les baleines? Également, les questions d'échouage. Et donc, pour cela, nous souhaitons vraiment que dans les prochains programmes, que la région ait une place importante dans les activités. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Togo. I recognise St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Zabini, St. Lucia wishes to congratulate you and thank you for the sterling work which you have undertaken with your team over the last several years. I know it's been a long haul, but we acknowledge that you are one of those who has been around and you continue to do what you have to do. I also want to congratulate the incoming leadership of the Scientific Committee. We have a St. Lucian, the only man among the women who will be leading this Scientific Committee in the next several years. I just sent Thomas a message telling him that he's confirmed, and I know he works hard and he will continue to grow in the next several years in this position. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, St. Lucia, and I now recognise the Dominican Republic.
Muy buenos días a todos. La República Dominicana quiere reconocer el inmenso trabajo de todos los participantes salientes del Comité Científico y desearle pues éxito a los entrantes. Para nuestro país leño del Caribe, que encuentra grandes desafíos en conservación y sostenibilidad en el uso de nuestros recursos naturales marinos, el trabajo del Comité Científico en el campo de contaminación marina, impacto, manejo de santuarios y otros representa enorme importancia el soporte en nuestras capacidades nacionales en investigación y gestión de nuestros recursos. Esperamos también compartir nuestras experiencias en el marco de conservación de los cetáceos, estando presente en la comisión. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. I now have no further contracting governments seeking the floor, and I have 4 NGOs seeking the floor. I'm going to first deal with the questions that we've received and discuss with the Scientific Committee, and I will allow, for consistency's sake, the first three of those NGO requests to take the floor. I'm sorry about drawing a line under the 4th. I'm not sure which one that is. It's the order in which they're received, but I will allow those 3 interventions once we have dealt with the particular questions that were posed. The first of those questions was from Hungary around the adding marine debris to the budget item. And what I propose for that one is actually we will be keeping the agenda item 14 open as we conclude the presentation and questions, and returning to the budget item 10 on F&A to discuss marine plastics, and perhaps that can then be dealt with under that item. So I don't think there's a need for the Scientific Committee to address that. The second question from the UK was in relation to the North Pacific fin whales and the question posed as part of the presentation. I'd like to handle that in two parts, perhaps. If firstly we could ask the Scientific Committee to explain what such a request would mean in a brief way in terms of how they would handle it and approximately the amount of time that such an assessment would take, and what that would mean to the work plan of the Scientific Committee. And I would then like to propose a suggestion on how we might deal with that based on what we hear. So with that, then we will come back to the question from Guinea around the power voyage as well after that. But for now, if I could hand the floor to Alex and answer the question from the UK on the North Pacific fin whale question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will address that, and I will invite both of you to add if you feel that something needs to be added. The North Pacific fin whale was not in our list of priorities for assessments, but it can be if the Commission so desire. To perform an assessment, we would have to put the North Pacific fin whale through a pre-assessment phase first, where we will gather all the information we have on abundance, stock structure, catches, all of the components that go into an assessment. We don't know how long it takes. It depends on how many data are available, but that will be the step number one. If we feel that we have sufficient data to perform an assessment, then the next step would be the assessment. So it's difficult to say how long it would take without looking at the data. We can look at that if that's a priority for the Commission, but we have other priorities established. So if that becomes a priority for the Commission, something else needs to be dropped because we don't have the time and the budget to do everything. And I think you want to propose something on how to do that, and I think we both have similar ideas, Nick, so I'll let you take that on. And anything to add? Ian.
Thank you. And it's just not a matter of budget. There's also the expertise within the Scientific Committee. There are a limited number of people that have the required expertise to perform an assessment. So it's their time as well that would need to be considered.
Thank you very much for those initial responses. And from the chair, I'd reflect on that and realise obviously the timeline on these assessments is quite long, and so getting them started and understanding the issues around the expertise and also what work would cease is something that takes some deliberation. You'll recall under agenda item 10, I think it was 10.1, the issue of the Science Liaison Group was raised. And the purpose of the Science Liaison Group was to have representation across this commission to assist in really exactly the kind of things we're dealing with. There were several questions in the Q&A session in their presentation that are the types of questions a Science Liaison Group would consider and bring back to the Commission a proposed way forward in a structured way. I wonder if I could pass the floor to Australia for an update on the likely membership of the Science Liaison Group, with the view that this would be a question that this Science Liaison Group could handle and IWC70. So if that's acceptable, I'd like to pass the floor briefly to Australia for an update on the Science Liaison Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hadn't quite expected this quite so soon, so I do have a list and I do have several commissioners confirmed on the list. Currently, we have yourself, Australia, Portugal, Iceland, and Norway that have shown an interest in the membership of the group and confirmed they'd like to be members of the group. I'm currently consulting with colleagues from South Africa and commissioners from Western Africa. I've had conversations with the Republic of Korea. So I'm making progress. I'm hoping I'll be able to provide confirmation of more members soon. We're beginning to get the sense that maybe 6 was too small. We won't want to go too far beyond that, but I think it is important to get appropriate geographic representation and the representation of the diversity of views within the Commission. So, thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I'm clearly an impartial chair if I spring surprises on my home country. Thanks for the update. And I think the sense, at any rate, is that there is likely to be broad participation. This group would bring recommendations for such proposals back to us for our consideration late in the plenary, in this case at IWC70. I will keep the agenda item 10.1 open until the Commission can consider those who have agreed and then formally approve that this the Science Liaison Group conduct its work intersessionally. But on the basis of what you've heard, I'm wondering if this is an acceptable way to deal with that particular question on the North Pacific fin whales, that we would be referring this to this group once we hear a little more about it. Is that acceptable specifically on this point? I'll take silence as assent, as always. I'm seeing it is, and thank you for that. I think it's exciting that we are establishing this group, and it's a good reflection how well this Q&A works with the Scientific Committee, that now the Commission has a really nice process through our normal work and through the Q&A of having these questions posed, and a group who can spend some time consolidating their views on that to bring it back to the Commission. So I think that's really encouraging. So with that, I'll now move to the question on the impacts of the power voyage we heard from the Republic of Guinea. So I'll pass back to the Scientific Committee, please.
Thank you. So the power program is a large program within the committee that does surveys on the North Pacific for all whale species in the North Pacific. It's not only about abundance estimates. The program also collects data on stock structure, on acoustics, and so it's broader than just abundance estimates. There is information on reports on the results of the power program in the SC reports, so people interested in those can go there. The program is open to receiving other member countries who want to participate, and so if someone wants to join, you're welcome to. Specifically about the question on abundance estimates, the data collected by the power cruise is being analyzed by Japan, and there will be a meeting in November to further develop the abundance estimates from that program, potentially so they can be brought back to the Scientific Committee at the next meeting.
Thank you very much, Alex, Scientific Committee, for that response. I would now like to offer the floor. As I said, there are 4 requests from our colleagues from civil society, and I will, one of them is from an IGO, from IUCN, so I will first give the floor to the IUCN, and then I will take the first two of the NGO comments. And again, I apologise for having to draw a line under the last one, but I now hand the floor to IUCN. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to recognize and commend the Scientific Committee for its exemplary work despite facing significant budget constraints, particularly in the last 11 years. The Scientific Committee has adapted impressively, continuing to provide critical scientific advice and guidance on cetacean science and conservation. Their resilience and innovation have ensured that important research and conservation efforts, including key issues as aboriginal subsistence whaling, bycatch, ship strikes, population assessment and the status of cetaceans, marine debris, pollution, climate change, ecosystem functioning and cetacean population health, CMPs and many others continue to be tackled by all the subcommittees. The Scientific Committee ability to navigate these financial challenges while maintaining high standards of scientific rigor is truly commendable and vital to the IWC board mission. We remain hopeful that the Scientific Committee budget will be restored, enabling it to continue its vital work without the constraints that have tested its resilience in recent years. Restoring full financial support will ensure the committee can maintain its crucial contribution to cetaceans management and conservation and the IWC's mission with the highest level of excellence and scientific integrity. Our heartfelt recognition to Alex and Lindsay, and as the US mentioned, it has been a privilege working with you all these years, but I also want to heartfully thank all the previous chairs and vice chairs of the Scientific Committee, the conveners, the rapporteurs, and the former and current heads of science, Greg, Donovan, and Ian. We welcome Amy and Thomas as new vice chair and vice chair-elect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, IUCN. I now pass to the first of the NGOs who requested the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Yasuhiro Sanada, representing the Biodiversity Action Network East Asia, and I'm delivering this intervention on behalf of many other NGOs whose name will be given to the Secretariat. Since this is my first time speaking, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the Peruvian government for holding such a wonderful conference. We are very pleased to have heard about the latest scientific finding and the population estimate from the Scientific Committee. Science-based management is crucial. On this occasion, we express our concern over the recent commencement of the Hampton fin whales in the North Pacific with no agreed population estimate by the Scientific Committee. The fin whale is listed as vulnerable on the IUCN Red List. To date, the hunting country has killed 4 fin whales. According to the hunting country's own stock assessment for fin whales, the estimated population and the stock assessment area is 6,700 whales. However, the catch is limited to its EEZ, which is only 10% of the assessment area. Consequently, if we simply assume that 10% of the population exists in the area, then there are only 670 whales. The catch limit for the species is 60 whales, which is roughly 10% of the population within the EEZ in a year and 40% in 4 years of that number. According to the external panel that reviewed the catch limit at the invasion of the hunting country, the hunt could lead to local depletion in the area. Moreover, the stock assessment is based on non-published paper which call into question the credibility of the underlying scientific data. Even some famous whaling experts in our nation, Japan, whose long support whaling, have expressed deep concern about the take of fin whales. How can we say that this is consistent with the principle of sustainable use based on the best available scientific evidence available, a principle that our nation, Japan itself, has long advocated? We sincerely ask all states to conduct the activity based on the best scientific knowledge available under our scientific committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention, and I pass the floor to the next NGO in the list. The floor is yours.
Gracias, señor presidente. En nombre del Centro de Conservación Cetácea y otras organizaciones que serán presentadas a la Secretaría para el Registro, Queremos felicitar y reconocer el excepcional trabajo del Comité Científico de la CBI. Nos llena de alegría saber que este organismo de investigación ha sido reconocido como el más importante en el estudio de delfines y ballenas a nivel global. Sus resultados han demostrado científicamente el papel fundamental que desempeñan las ballenas vivas en el funcionamiento del ecosistema, contribuyendo, entre otras cosas, a mantener pesquerías saludables. Además, están liderando programas de investigación de vanguardia que sirven de ejemplo para otros foros internacionales relacionados con la biodiversidad. El trabajo del Comité Científico refleja la evolución necesaria de la CBI para enfrentar la triple crisis ambiental, el cambio climático, la contaminación y la pérdida de biodiversidad. Más importante aún, evidencia que el funcionamiento de esta comisión y sus órganos subsidiarios están más vivos y florecientes que nunca. Por esta razón, nos unimos a las palabras ya expresadas por algunos representantes de las delegaciones para reconocer la necesidad de financiar este importante trabajo. Queremos hacer una mención especial a Alex Cervini por su excelente labor, quien junto a otros científicos de la región demuestran cómo este comité avanza hacia la difusión científica sobre la importancia de las ballenas vivas en los océanos. También queremos agradecer el trabajo de apoyo de la Secretaría y desearles muchos éxitos a Lindsay Porter en su nuevo rol, junto a los nuevos representantes del Comité Científico. Y finalmente, amablemente solicitarle al Chair su reconsideración sobre las intervenciones de las ONGs, ya que su excelente manejo del tiempo nos ha permitido avanzar efectivamente en la agenda y podría de pronto abrir un pequeño espacio para que todas las organizaciones de la sociedad civil se puedan expresar. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much for your intervention and your question. I'm going to be consistent, I'm afraid, in my approach. I think it's, as I've said before, I enormously value the input from civil society. This has improved the Commission's business. And I just think it's important that from the chair, I've maintained this approach of allowing 3 NGO or IGO interventions at the end of each, which is, it's always good to have more. You're right, we're doing okay on our schedule, but we have very difficult items in front of us, and I'm uncertain on how much time it will require to use those. So with my sincere apologies for cutting the list, I will be consistent, and we will now move on to our next item. So what I propose to do now, as I said, I will keep the agenda item 14.3, which is any other business, and 14.2, the adoption of the report of the Scientific Committee. I will keep those open, and I will now return to agenda item 10.1, which is the response to marine plastics. And I would like to pass the floor. Who will be speaking to this? From Belgium. So Belgium, is it to you I pass the floor? Or EU on behalf of member states? You'll just have to clarify for whom you speak, please. But I pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Chair. And indeed, the EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW are very grateful for all the work put into paper FA69 6.1/01, but were of the opinion additional work was required for any Commission decision-making. After work in the corridors, we were able to share a concrete cost proposal on the follow-up to Resolution 2022/1, which was put on the meeting website yesterday as document IWC69 10.1/09. In essence, the proposal envisions a literature review via existing initiatives and in-kind contributions via the joint CC-SC Intersessional Correspondence Group on Marine Debris, and a small research project under the SC budget costed at £50,000 to determine the availability of data that could inform a global risk assessment on the impacts of marine plastic pollution on cetaceans. The ICGs propose to take the lead here as well in following up on this research project. Additionally, we invite all contracting governments to consider voluntary funding to the SC to further the work even more over the intersessional period. We are of the opinion this proposal guarantees the implementation of Resolution 2022/1 can continue and invite the Commission to endorse its proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the EU member states, for the intervention. Are there any comments on this proposal? The floor is open. I recognise the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We'd just like to thank Belgium and the EU member states, Dr. Porter, and all the others for their work to develop a way forward on implementing this resolution. We did have quite a in-depth discussion in the Finance Administration Committee, and from a U.S. perspective, we recognize the issue of marine debris as a threat to cetaceans needs evaluation and support, making measured and informed progress on implementing that resolution 2022-1, and think the stepwise approach outlined here in this document provides a sensible way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. That seems a sensible way to deal with this. So perhaps if I could go back to Hungary or to a spokesperson for EU and its member states. The earlier intervention requested keeping, including marine debris in the work plan and budget of the scientific committee. Is this relating specifically to this issue? The floor is yours.
We confirm. We think the paper that was uploaded on the website reflects a resolution of this issue.
Thank you.
You say Kevin.
Yes, excuse me trying to play catch up on exactly what we're trying to agree here. What I suggest we do is I'm going to keep 10.1 open because we want to come back to the Science Liaison Group. And when I come back to that, if I can ask for the specific recommendation to be read out again slowly so that everyone knows what we're agreeing on, and hopefully we can agree on that, and then we can, together with the discussion around the Science Liaison Group, we can close that item off. Is that acceptable? I see nods, so thank you very much. So I will return to this. We won't close off on agenda item 10 at this point, and nor will we close off on the Scientific Committee report. So there are two elements. In closing off the agenda item, we'll be adopting the reports of both the Finance and Administration and Subcommittee and all of its recommendations, and then we'll be returning to close off the report of the Scientific Committee and all of its recommendations. So we'll just need a little bit of time to step back and go through that process. We now have we have about half an hour, 25 minutes until the lunch break. So I would like to open agenda item 17, Bureau membership, and give me 2 seconds to get myself organised. But before I do, my hope is that we can deal with this item now before lunch, and we will then break for lunch. When we return from lunch, we will finish quickly, I think, the issues that remain open on agenda item 10 and 14. And as I mentioned, we will move to agenda item 9 and have the discussions around the proposed resolutions. We will then break for afternoon tea, and we will return to take decisions on agenda item 8, the schedule amendment, and agenda item 9, the resolutions that will be discussed in the first session in the afternoon. So with that, if we could please turn to agenda item 17. Bureau membership. So the Bureau has consulted with the commissioners on the sidelines of this meeting to propose some candidates for the open positions, and I open the floor for someone to please list those candidates. Or in my disorganisation, was I supposed to have a list already and to read them to you? The crumbling of the chair's organised agenda here. The floor is open for anyone to assist me on this process, please. I think I'm being assisted here by Nikki Bartmeyer from the Secretariat. I pass the floor to the US and then to Argentina.
Yes, I believe you're passing it to me in my capacity as the Chair of Finance and Administration. Just to give an overview right before other delegations weigh in, the Bureau is comprised of the Chair, the Vice Chair, the Chair of the Finance and Administration Committee, and then 4 commissioners representing a range of views and interests with a regional balance. So we'll be focusing on those 4. We also recently amended our rules of procedure that commissioners shall be appointed to the Bureau for a period of 2 to 6 years, with any membership changes being staggered. So that is what's in the rules of procedure. The 4 members currently are Argentina, who has been on the Bureau since 2017, Ghana and St. Lucia, who have both been on the Bureau since 2013, and Belgium since last year, 2023. So that's your overview of the current membership durations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. USA, Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Solo para hacer notar que la Argentina ha tenido el honor de servir en el Buró durante varios años, desde el año 2017, y colaborar con los trabajos de la Comisión desde allí, que ha llegado el momento de hacer circular este honor y que quisiéramos ofrecer la nominación de Brasil para ocupar ese lugar, y esta nominación cuenta con el consenso, con el acuerdo del Grupo Buenos Aires. Brasil estaría en condiciones de tomar la posta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. So what I will do is I will deal with, I will go around. Firstly, we will discuss the issue with Argentina now stepping down and nominating Brazil. I'll come to that. I will then ask Ghana and St. Lucia and Belgium, go to each of them on their standing on the committee, and if they are leaving the committee. I expect Belgium presumably is staying because you've only recently joined, but I will go around all 3, and on each one we will see if there is somebody nominated to replace them, and we will make a decision on that. I'll remind the Commission how important the work of the Bureau is, particularly in the intersessional period, where they act as an advisory group to the Chair and the Vice Chair in issues that arise between our biennial meetings. As a result, it's important that not only are the chairs of the various subcommittees that we heard from the US participate, but also that we have regional participation and that we hear the voices across the views and perspectives of the broad membership. So typically, as one member stands down, they would be typically replaced by somebody with a similar broad regional and perhaps a broad perspective of the one stepping down. So first of all, we have heard from Argentina that they will be stepping down, and I heartily thank Argentina for its role on the Bureau over the past years. It's been incredibly constructive and helpful, and I'm very grateful to them. And I think moving roles around is a very healthy thing for the democracy and decision-making of this organisation. So we welcome a nomination. Brazil has been nominated, so could I pass the floor to Brazil? Is this a surprise, or are you willing to accept this nomination, please, Brazil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are willing to assume this role, and I would like to express Brazil's gratitude for Argentina's performance in this role as representative of our region in the Bureau. And yes, we are available to move forward with it, and looking forward to working with our colleagues in the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I remind everyone that typically the terms on the Bureau for these regional representatives are between 2 and 6 years. So this is important to bear in mind. So is the membership happy to agree to Brazil now joining the Bureau to replace the outgoing role of Argentina? Again, I'll take silence as assent. I see no one taking the floor, so I would now like to turn to the distinguished commissioner from Ghana and seek their view on their role on the Bureau. I think you've been a member since 2013, the records show. So Ghana, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Ghana has been a member of the Bureau since 2013, and we would like to step down according to the rules and allow another country to take over. On this note, I would like to nominate Togo to stand in for the African region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana, and I add my thanks to your role on the Bureau. You've added a really important voice to the Bureau, and I thank you for all you've done in that role. And I see you've nominated Togo, so I would like to pass the floor to Togo to see if they are comfortable agreeing to accept that role. I pass the floor to you, Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Ghana nous a fait l'honneur de nous proposer pour être membre du bureau. Nous apprécions tout le travail de notre voisin qu'il a fait pendant plus de 10 ans. Et donc, nous pensons prendre son relais pour faire le travail avec toute l'approche des autres collègues. Merci.
Thank you very much, Togo. And I would now like to ask the Commission, are they happy to endorse, firstly to thank, formally thank from the Commission, from Ghana's role, and to accept Togo as the replacement for their role on the Bureau. Again, silence is assent. Thank you, and welcome to the Bureau, Togo. I will now turn to St. Lucia, please. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. St. Lucia has been very pleased to work with the Bureau over the years. Many things have happened since, but it is that time that we move on, and St. Lucia would like to nominate Antigua and Barbuda to fill the position on this bureau. Thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. And yes, again, I express my thanks to you for your role on the Bureau over all those years. And as you say, over many challenges and issues in advising our chair and leadership group on the issues that arise. So thank you, St. Lucia. And I see, looking down, and Antigua and Barbuda are not currently present in the room. So we may have to keep this agenda item open. I think it's important we are clear on receiving their assent to being nominated, and then check with the Commission if they are in agreement with that nomination. So at this stage, I will keep this agenda item open, and I will now turn to Belgium and offer the floor to Belgium, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first and foremost, I would like to add my thanks to the different outgoing members of the Bureau. It's been my pleasure to work with them also. And we are happy to stay on for another 2 years. And while I have the floor, a little angel put some marine biodiversity on my desk, so I just wanted to thank them. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Belgium, and thank you for agreeing to stay on. I think that it's important in the Bureau that as much as possible, if we can stagger the changes in leadership, then we have some experienced commissioners on the Bureau as we invite in new commissioners. So thank you for agreeing to continue your hard work, and thank you for the role you've played already. And I will now, we will welcome Brazil and Togo more formally, I think, once we have completed the process. So I'm going to keep agenda item 17 open, and I will, so I consult my list of things we need to do, and the order of things. This is now my plan. I intend to break for lunch very shortly. When we return after lunch, in the order of their business, we will go from agenda item 10 for the remaining issues there, and then I would hope we will be in a position to adopt the F&A report and all its recommendations and close off all of the agenda items listed under 10. I then intend to come to Scientific Committee and move to the adoption of the report and all of its recommendations at that point. And then I will return to the Bureau membership to complete that agenda item. So that would see 10, 14 and 17 closed. I will then return to agenda item 9, and we will have the discussion of the various resolutions listed under that agenda item, but we will not be making any decisions in that first session after lunch. Or we will make decisions on adopting reports, but we will not be making decisions on the resolutions, to be clear. I then, depending, and I will update, but depending on where we were at, I would intend that the second session this afternoon will be the session in which we will make decisions on the schedule amendment listed in agenda item 8 and make decisions on the resolutions listed under agenda item 9. I hope that's all clear to you. Please all be prepared to move through this business efficiently and help me maintain that program. With that, you get an extra 10 minutes for lunch, so more time for you to be prepared for the afternoon session. Thank you all, and I'll see you back here at 2 o'clock sharp, please. Thank you. Could everyone please take their seats and prepare to commence the afternoon session? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. If you can please take your seats and we will commence the afternoon session. You will see as you came in the tremendous outcome that copies of the Scientific Committee's communication document are here. So please make sure you have them. When I entered the room and was given one, I was asked if I wanted the English version, and I asked if they had an Australian one. But unfortunately, there are only 3 languages, the official languages of the IWC, that they're presented in. But I hope you all enjoy it. And I know, as we heard from the chair of the Scientific Committee, an enormous amount of work has gone into this as a communication tool to us all. So please enjoy it, and thanks again to those who did the hard work preparing it. So as I outlined before we came in, my intention now is to return to agenda item 10.1, and I am going to give the floor to Belgium, I believe speaking on behalf of the EU and its member states, and ask them what is the recommendation, the specific recommendation that we are here to consider, and I will ask them to read it out slowly and clearly for you all to hear. So with that, I pass the floor to the EU and member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will read out the following. The Commission endorses the next steps identified in document IWC69/10.1/09 for carrying out work under Resolution 2022/1 towards a global risk assessment on the impacts of marine plastic pollutions on cetaceans, and recommends that the Scientific Committee undertake this work in the next biennium. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So this work is, we are asking the Scientific Committee to undertake this work. Just for clarity, could I ask that we state the amount of money that is being committed here, just so we know, and then I will take the next steps in the discussion. Please, I pass the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair. The total amount of money would be £15,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, having approved the resolution on plastics at IWC68 and following a lot of intercessional work, including by the Scientific Committee, the Commission is now considering the proposal that we instruct the Scientific Committee to continue with this work in the terms of the document that was read out, a total amount of money of £15,000. And for the Scientific, we have approved the budget already, so for the Scientific Committee to do this, of course, this will be, will obviously affect the projects that sit within their research fund, and I will just ask for clarity so that we all know, understand this, the Scientific Committee Chair to take the floor and explain how they will undertake this work for us in the biennial period. So I pass the floor to the Scientific Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The scientific committee, if the commission instructs the scientific committee to take this project, the scientific committee will. The scientific committee has a process by which it receives, evaluates, and ranks the budget proposals that this committee receives. We have a table with those projects in an order of priority. If we take this work, projects that are in that table will not be funded. Someone has to make the decision on which projects are not going to be funded. So it would be useful if the commission instructs the scientific committee to do it. Someone also should instruct the scientific committee on which projects should not be funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Scientific Committee Chair. So it is my understanding, so I have a proposal in handling this. We have agreed to the resolution at the last biennial meeting. This request has been brought down very carefully to a more manageable amount of money than some of the other very excellent but expensive proposals that we've seen on this matter. And now the suggestion is that we instruct the scientific committee, as of course the Commission can do, to undertake this work. In terms of the manner in which the scientific committee might make adjustments to the priority list, I would suggest it is reasonable to say that the projects at the bottom end of the priority list to the amount of £15,000, whether that's one or more projects, would be the ones that would not proceed, and that this was then, of course, just managed within the budget. We have closed the budgetary subcommittee's agenda item. I do not intend to open it again. But on top of that, we might, we'll be coming to the matter of the Science Liaison Group in a moment, but it is, of course, normal and reasonable for this Commission to instruct its scientific committee to undertake pieces of work, and where there is costs associated, if there is not a dedicated and approved budget item for that, then the scientific committee, as always, will absorb it within their priorities, as this is an instruction from the Commission. So my suggestion is it's absorbed into that research fund. The lowest prioritised projects do not get funded, given that we have put priority on this, and that the Science Liaison Group consider ways in which this be handled in the future when we as a Commission make instructions to the Scientific Committee around how they are funded. There are, of course, options including voluntary funds, etc. So with that, that's my proposal, and I'm happy to take views on that way forward from the floor. The floor is open. I'm, of course, happy to take silence as assent, so I don't need interventions agreeing. I should have said that, I beg your pardon. I don't see anyone taking the floor. So, Scientific Committee, I think you have a clear directive now from the Commission, and thank you to Belgium and the EU and its member states for undertaking this work and bringing that proposal to us. So, with that, I think we can move to the issue also in 10.1 of the Science Liaison Group. So I would like to offer the floor to Australia to report back on the status of that group, and I'm hoping following that the Commission can endorse the approach proposed and we can close agenda item 10.1. So with that, I hand the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've made some reasonable progress. So at the moment, the confirmed membership is Australia, who's also offering to convene the group, Portugal, Norway, Iceland, Brazil, United States, and South Africa. We of course hope that perhaps a country from West Africa may wish to join the group, and of course we'd very much like a country from Asia to join the group. But at the moment, perhaps I'll just say them again: Australia, Portugal, Norway, Iceland, Brazil, United States, South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia, and thank you for the work in intercessionally in the margins of the meetings, in discussing with other parties who might join. I don't want to force countries into having to nominate now on the floor, although, of course, if they wish to, they may request the floor, and I'm happy to give it to them. But otherwise, if I don't see anyone taking the floor, which I'm not immediately, I would ask the Commission, are we happy to endorse the approach, endorse the work of the Science Liaison Group to work intercessionally with the parties already identified, which are Australia as convener, Portugal, Norway, Iceland, Brazil, the United States, and South Africa, and that they would continue to seek participation from a West African party and an Asian party at least. So that would then enable them to do the work that we've already discussed in the meeting, a couple of tasks we've ascribed to this group, and they would be prepared then to be active throughout the meeting of IWC70 in preparing a list of recommendations to feed back to the scientific committee to be agreed by the end of the meeting. Do I have agreement to do this, please? Does the Commission agree to proceed this way? Silence again will be assent. I do. So thank you. It is so decided, and thanks for your cooperation. And I think it's very exciting that we're having the scientific committee so improve their communication to us with this booklet and their presentations and the question and answer sessions and all of the other elements. And now we embark on the journey of ensuring that we do the same in our response to the scientific committee and improve the manner in which we can communicate with them. I think that's a very nice way forward. So I would then go to agenda item 10.7, which is any other business, and ask, is there any other business under the Finance and Administration agenda item number 10? I see no one taking the floor, and so I will, I beg your pardon, Uruguay, you have the floor, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Quisiéramos poner en conocimiento de la Secretaría sobre la situación de Uruguay con respecto a sus contribuciones. En 2024, Uruguay pasó a formar parte del Grupo 3, el cual comparte, entre otros, con los países de la Unión Europea, cuyo nivel de desarrollo índice per cápita es muy superior al nuestro. La situación de Uruguay es que año a año varía entre el Grupo 2 y el Grupo 3, lo cual es sumamente inconveniente para nuestro país por la falta de previsibilidad sobre la cuota a abonar. Uruguay considera que integrar el grupo de pago número 3 no se ajusta a su realidad económica ni social, y por tal motivo solicitamos amablemente a la Secretaría se reconsidere la situación de Uruguay a efecto de lograr una solución a esta problemática. Uruguay, como país en desarrollo, considera que debería formar parte del Grupo 2, al igual que los demás países de la región. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. I would like to test a proposal, firstly to you, and then more broadly to the Commission, that on the basis of your question, we ask the Secretariat and the Budgetary Subcommittee to work together to look at the details of your situation and the elements, the relevant elements of the contributions formula that lead to this, and report back to us at IWC70 on how we might be able to, with options of how we may proceed. Would that be acceptable to you, Uruguay? Thank you, I see yes. And is that acceptable to the Commission? Silence as assent again, please. I see it is, so thank you for your intervention. We will do so. So with that, I'd like to move to agenda item 10.6, which is the adoption of the Finance and Administration Report and all of its recommendations. Can we now adopt the report and its recommendations? Take silence as assent again. I see we can, and thank you very much for that. And I once again thank the Chair of the Finance Administration, Ryan Wolf from the USA, for his very hard work. It's a very large platform of work. I thank him sincerely for his hard work under this agenda item, and the conveners of the working groups that sit beneath that, the Budgetary Subcommittee, the Operational Effectiveness Working Group, and others working on this big agenda. We thank you all, and that agenda item is now closed. I return now to agenda item 14, and I will start with agenda item 14.3, which is any other business. Is there any other business under agenda item 14? I see no contracting parties wishing to take the floor. I do have one NGO, so I will give the floor to that NGO before moving on to the final agenda item on this one. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm making this intervention on behalf of environmental investigation agencies and a number of NGOs. We would like to acknowledge the important work of the IWC and its scientific committee on small cetaceans, and particularly on vulnerable and endangered populations, such as the East Greenland narwhal, vaquita, Baltic, Belt Sea and Iberian harbour porpoise, Maui dolphin, and regionally imperiled species such as river dolphins and Franciscana. We are thankful to Alex and Lindsay for their hard work, and we also look forward to female leadership going forward with Lindsay and Amy Long. On bycatch, our thanks to Cecilia Pasador, Anne-Marie Svoboda, and particularly Arnie Bjorga, who is stepping down as Vice Chair, for their dedicated work for the Bycatch Standing Working Group. And congratulations to Peru on setting up a bycatch pilot project as part of the Bycatch Mitigation Initiative. The IWC should be proud of its bycatch workstream and its accomplishments to date. The importance of the role of scientific committee in providing advice to guide the recovery of vulnerable and endangered small cetacean populations cannot be overstated. For example, the scientific committee has made a number of recommendations for narwhal and vaquita populations over recent years. The requirement for narwhals in East Greenland is to reduce the hunting quota to 0, and for vaquita, it is essential to remove all gill nets from their critical habitat and to invest in alternative fishing gears that do not entangle them and will provide sustainable livelihoods. We call on the countries concerned, including the incoming President of Mexico, to take every action to fully protect these populations to ensure their recovery. The perilous situation facing the vaquita must not be repeated. As Scientific Committee incoming chair presented this morning, the Scientific Committee expressed strong concern about the impact of the growing trade in fish maws from croaker species, which results in the bycatch of small cetaceans, some already facing extinction. We welcome the commitment to engage face-to-face with CITES officials to regulate international trade. And finally, we draw attention to the global situation of small cetaceans and hunting. Over 100,000 small cetaceans from at least 30 species are killed annually for food to eradicate alleged competitors or for an increasing use as bait in fisheries. Many of these hunts are illegal, unregulated, or unsustainable, and we call on contracting governments to strengthen legislation, to improve enforcement, and to report the hunts to the IWC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And so I will now move to agenda item 14.2, which is the adoption of the report of the Scientific Committee and all of its recommendations. And I ask, is the Commission willing to adopt the report, approve the report and all of its recommendations? The floor is open, and as always, I take silence as assent. Thank you. I see no one taking the floor, so the report of the Scientific Committee and all of its recommendations is adopted by the Commission. And I once again add my thanks to the leadership team of the Scientific Committee and those in the Secretariat working on this, the Head of Science and Conservation and everyone else participating in this work. We thank them for their hard work and their presentations, and we look forward to hearing more at IWC70. So with that, agenda item 14 is closed. I would now like to move back to agenda item 17. You will recall in the previous session that Argentina stated they would wish to step down from their time in the Bureau in accordance with the rules, and that Brazil was nominated to replace them, and Brazil agreed to the nomination and was acceptable to the Commission to take that role on the Secretariat. Similarly, Ghana also stated their intention to step down from the Bureau, having been on it since 2013, and nominated Togo to replace them. Togo accepted the nomination, and the Commission was happy as well with Togo participating on the Bureau. St. Lucia also stated their intention to step down from the Bureau, having been on it since 2013, and nominated Antigua and Barbuda to replace them on the Bureau. Antigua and Barbuda were not in the room at the time to accept the nomination. I see they are now, so I would like to pass the floor to Antigua and Barbuda and ask if they are willing to accept the nomination. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Antigua and Barbuda would be willing to accept the nomination.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda. And I ask the Commission if they are happy to support the role of Antigua and Barbuda coming onto the Commission. I see no one taking the floor, so thank you. That is approved. We also heard from Belgium, who has only been on the Bureau since 2023, and they are happy to continue on the Bureau. I welcome that, as having some consistency of parties on the Bureau and a bit of a staggered process in replacing parties coming on and going off the Bureau is very good. So with that, and with the other participants on the Bureau that was listed in the last session by the United States as per our rules, I think we can close this agenda item, and we now have a new makeup to our Bureau. I welcome the new members. I thank the departing members, and I certainly personally, as Chair, look forward to working with all of the members of the Bureau over the next 2 years leading into our meeting at IWC70. So agenda item 17 is now closed. With that, I would like to return to agenda item 9. Under agenda item 9, we have 5 resolutions that have come before the Commission for discussion. We have started the process, and we have some revised text, which has been on the website now for a sufficient time for everyone to have considered and read. So my proposal is that we go through them, agenda item 9.1, following 9.2, 9.3, one by one, and we discuss where we are at with those resolutions. We see how the Commission wishes to prepare and how proceed with those resolutions, and how the proponents wish us to proceed with those resolutions. And we will take that discussion right up to the point of a decision on those resolutions, where a decision to accept by consensus or to determine via a vote. Once we've got to that point, we will hold that agenda item open, and those agenda items will be dealt with, those resolutions will be dealt with as part of the next session, where we will be set up to make decisions on those resolutions and the schedule amendment that is part of the previous agenda item 8. So I would like to start with agenda item 9.1, the resolution on food security, and I would like to pass the floor to Ghana, please, to let us know where discussions are at with that resolution. The floor is yours, Ghana.
Very much, Chair. Oh, that's high. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry for that. Good afternoon, all. This resolution attracted quite a lot of interest, and we wish to appreciate, on behalf of the proponent, we wish to appreciate all the various groups of people that were interested in the food security issue, which is something that the whole world craves for. We had between 15 to 20 partner countries in there, plus some NGOs, consistently discussing the issue. We were not able to build a consensus on the way forward, but at least we got a framework which we intend to work on during the intersessional break. Last year we did something like that, and last 2 years, and we were not able to work during the intersessional break. So what is different this time is that we have the emails and the contacts of interested parties that we are going to work with during the intersessional break to work on it and possibly retable it at the next meeting. So we are not going to go for a vote or any consensus on it. We'll keep it on the burner and work on it for later resubmission. So on this note, I want to thank all those who supported, including Australia. The buzzword now is Australia. So thanks for all their support, and thanks for everybody for coming on board. And this food security resolution is still on fire. We're going to work on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ghana. And to be clear, so my understanding is that you've had some fruitful discussions and a wide range of views, that those views are not able to be reconciled within a resolution for consideration at this meeting, and you have taken the view to withdraw the resolution, but to work on it in the intersessional period and then bring it back to IWC70, having had the parties who have participated in the drafting group and expressed interest in the resolution work with you and the other proponents, and for this to be considered at IWC70. Is that my correct interpretation, Gunnar? Yes, thank you. And I think certainly from my perspective as chair, I'm grateful for your approach. I think it's a really good reflection on the maturity of this commission in dealing with what are difficult but incredibly important subjects, that we can express our differences, we can debate them, and we can take the time to endeavour to reach a consensus view, which would be very powerful from this commission. So I thank you very much. And I'm happy to take any interventions from the floor, but otherwise I would be intending to close agenda item 9.1. I see the UK requesting the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We would briefly just like to thank Ghana for the work that they've undertaken on this. As has been noted, there are pretty significant difference of views on this, but the way in which the work of the group was conducted and the way in which Ghana inclusively chaired it made it a very engaging and constructive process. So our thanks to Ghana.
Thank you for that comment. United Kingdom, I pass the floor to Hungary, please.
Thank you, Chair. Like the UK, the EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW wish to compliment Ghana and the other proponents for their constructive approach, and we express our willingness to further engage in the intersessional period. Thank you.
Thank you, Hungary, on behalf of the EU and the member states. I see no one else taking the floor. I think they're powerful sentiments and they will be on the record. And I again add my thanks to Ghana and the Commissioner from Ghana for the work. And with that, I close agenda item 9.1. We will now move to agenda item 9.2, which is the resolution for the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards the orderly development of the whaling industry. And I would like to pass the floor to the proponent, the lead proponent, Antigua and Barbuda, to let us know where we are at with this resolution. Antigua and Barbuda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was instructed by the Commission, Antigua and Barbuda and a number of interesting governments and NGOs met, and we were not being able to move this resolution forward in terms of it being able to receive consensus. The intention of Antigua and Barbuda is to withdraw the resolution at this time, but will continue to work with interesting governments and NGOs in order to provide some constructive ways forward with regards of this resolution. We have also been able to attract a number of other contracting governments that are willing to be co-sponsors of this very important resolution. It is our intention, Mr. Chair, to provide the necessary wording that we think could be part of the conclusions of this item in this session going forward. I don't know if you want me to read it out or provide it to the Secretariat so that we will be able to have it inside of the document at an appropriate time.
I would request that you read the words out, please, Antigua and Barbuda. That would be very helpful, because then we can summarise where we were at on this agenda item and potentially close the agenda item, which is what I'm seeking to do with agenda items as we work through them. So if you would mind, please read out the statement.
Okay. Following consultations, a decision was not sought at IWC69 on the draft resolution on the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards the orderly development of the whaling industry. Work will continue intersessionally between interested contracting governments and representatives from civil society to continue dialogue on the issues raised in this proposal and aim to bring a new proposal to IWC70. Any efforts to meet in person will be in a manner that does not require additional resources from the Commission. Can I read it over, please, sir?
Yes, I think it would be helpful if you read that one more time, and then we can. I will see about summarising and happy and obviously taking views. So yes, please, one more time. Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda.
Following consultations, a decision was not sought at IWC69 on the draft resolution on the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards the lifting of the moratorium and the orderly development. We're leaving out aimed towards the lifting of the moratorium, I'm sorry, and aimed towards the orderly development of the whaling industry. So let me read it again. Following consultations, a decision was not sought at IWC69 on the draft resolution on the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards the orderly development of the whaling industry. Work will continue intersessionally between interested contracting governments and representatives from civil society to continue dialogue on the issues raised in this proposal and aim to bring a new proposal to IWC 70, full stop. Any efforts to meet in person will be in a manner that does not require additional resources from the Commission.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda, and thank you for taking the time to read that statement twice. I think it's very helpful that people can hear it carefully. So my understanding is, I will give the floor in a moment to Palau, but my understanding is that you are proposing to withdraw the resolution, and then the words you have read will appear exactly in the record, which is a summary that states an intention to work with the interested proponents intersessionally and to bring back a resolution that reflects that work at IWC 70. And yes, Antigua and Barbuda?
Not only interesting proponents, but interesting contracting governments and civil society who would be interested in a dialogue on this resolution, not necessarily proponents of the resolution.
Thank you for the clarification, Antigua and Barbuda. Yes, certainly that was what I was intending to say, so thank you for the clarification. So I once again add my thanks to you, as I did to the Commissioner from Ghana, on your approach to this. I think once again it reflects a real maturity in this Commission. These are difficult subjects, they are polarising, they can be quite emotional, and I think it adds to the respect among all parties and the building trust among all parties that we can deal with these things in a manner that may take some time, but include that respectful element of debate towards finding a common ground. So I thank you very much indeed for the approach you bring, and I recognise Palau. Palau, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank the delegation from Antigua and Barbuda for their work on this particular resolution. In further consideration of the proposal from Antigua and Barbuda and co-sponsored by St. Lucia, it is my honor to announce that if agreeable by the two proponents of this resolution, Palau, for the record, would like to join as co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Palau. Thank you for your intervention. So to be clear, Palau would like to join the current proponents on this resolution. This resolution is being withdrawn at this stage, but we will register that Palau was also a co-sponsor, and we encourage the work to continue intersessionally. I recognise the USA. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to join your comments and thank Antigua and Barbuda for this approach. I think it's a very reasonable way forward to keep discussions going, to try and find consensus. From a United States perspective, we are always willing to engage in dialogue with contracting governments on issues of importance to them in this commission. I think that's very important, and think this is an appropriate way forward at this time for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, US. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to identify with the sentiments of the distinguished commissioner from Antigua Barbuda. It's a certain level of maturity, and it goes in what I will describe as being good faith. And so the decision, is welcome in that we would seek a broader consensus and continued discussions until IWC70. I really don't want to use the term withdraw, but nevertheless, it's all in good faith, and as I say, display a certain level of maturity to the proponents of this resolution. Thanks much.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for your comments. So I see no one else requesting the floor. So with that, we've recorded our thanks and our views on this approach. Will appear in the record. And the resolution is withdrawn and will be worked on in the intersessional period as per the statement from the distinguished Commissioner from Antigua and Barbuda. And with that, I close agenda item 9.2. I now move on to agenda item 9.3. This is the resolution on cooperation with Kamilar in Antarctica. And I turn to Hungary on behalf of the EU and its member states for a summary of where we are at with this resolution and how they would wish to proceed. I pass the floor, I think perhaps to the distinguished Commissioner from Belgium. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise not to play with your head too many times, or I hope to, at least. So thank you for giving me the floor. Speaking on behalf of the EU and its member states party to the ICRW, I just wanted to share that the revised version of the resolution which reflects the outcome of the drafting group, has been online since yesterday. And so we hope, we have not received any further comments since. So we do hope that this resolution can be agreed by consensus, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Belgium, the EU and its member states. So, as has been agreed, actually making the decision by the Commission to agree this by consensus, if that's where we go, will be held over until the next session, along with all other decisions on resolutions that have been tabled, along with the schedule amendment under the previous agenda item 8. But I would like to test at least whether we are ready to agree to this this resolution by consensus by opening the floor to any parties who are not able to agree this by consensus. And I will be very clear, at this point, I will not be taking silence as assent because we will revisit this item after the afternoon break. But I would like to hear if there are any parties who cannot agree this resolution by consensus so that I understand how the process might go this afternoon. So I open the floor. I see no one taking the floor. So my proposal is that we keep agenda item 9.3 open, and we will return to that in the last session of today after afternoon tea. I'll now move to agenda item 9.4. This is the resolution on synergies between the IWC, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the BBNJ agreement. And I will pass to Hungary on behalf of the European Union and its member states for comment on this one, please.
On behalf of the EU and the EU member states that are party to the ICRW, we are pleased to reintroduce the revised version of this resolution. We would like to extend our deepest thanks to our co-sponsors, Argentina, the Dominican Republic, and Panama, for their collaboration and support in advancing this important initiative. We're also grateful to all members that have submitted their constructive amendments, which have contributed to the refinement and improvement of the resolution. The revised version has been on the website since yesterday as well, and we hope that this revised version reflects the broad support and alignment of interests among members. It is our sincere wish that we adopt this resolution in the decision-making session later by consensus.
Thank you very much, Hungary, and on behalf of the EU and its member states. So I will ask the same question, that I'm not taking silence as assent because we are not making a decision on this, but we have heard from the proponents. I'd just like to know, as chair, I'm trying to understand my time budget for the next time, so I'm trying to gauge how we will make decisions on each of these. I would like to ask if there are any parties who could not accept this by consensus, so that I have an understanding that it may be required to go to a vote. So the floor is open for any parties who believe they could not support this resolution by consensus. The floor is open. Iceland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking Hungary on behalf of the EU for putting forward the resolution we're discussing. We are supportive of it, and we believe that the added cooperation between IWC and the CPT and BNJ is important. And when we arrived here, we were therefore ready to support the resolution as it stood. We are, however, of the opinion that some of the text added during the work of the drafting group adds little to the resolution, and that does in fact dilute the essence of the original draft. These are, to be more specific, the two new paragraphs added referring to the CMS on the one hand and CITES on the other. Seeing as the situation that we are the only ones making comments on this, we do, in the spirit of cooperation, don't want to block consensus on this, but would ask that our reservations and concerns are noted in the records of the meeting.
Thank you very much for the intervention, Iceland. And yes, of course, we'd be very happy to record your comments and your concerns. And I thank you very much for the spirit of cooperation you bring to this, and that will help us prepare for the decision on this item after the afternoon break. And so, consequently, I will keep agenda item 9.4 open for decision later on this afternoon after the break. I'd now like to go to agenda item 9.5. This is the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities. And I would ask Hungary, on behalf of the EU and its member states, to let us know where they are at with this proposal. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the drafting group met one time, and we discussed the original version based on comments received from several parties. We reached the consensus on the text and prepared a revised version that was circulated yesterday. Based on that, we believe that we would be able to proceed, and this proposal is seeking for be adopted by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention, and I will now follow the same process. The floor is open for any contracting governments who believe they would not be able to support this resolution by consensus. So once again, the reason I'm doing this is not to finalise the decision. It is merely to understand how the process of decision-making may go, and I give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you. As an EU member state, Denmark aligns itself with the EU position on this matter and will be voting in favor of this resolution. However, as the Kingdom of Denmark, our delegation also represents Greenland and the Faroe Islands. Chair, please allow me to pass the floor to the Faroese member of our delegation to make clarification.
We would like to state that the International Whaling Commission is not the only appropriate international organization for the conservation and management of whales. Faroe Islands and Greenland are founding members of NAMCO, the North Atlantic Marine Mammal Commission, along with Iceland and Norway. USA and Japan are among the observer countries to NAMCO. NAMCO is an international regional body for cooperation on conservation, management, and study of cetaceans and pinnipeds. Since its founding in 1992, NAMCO has provided its member governments advice on management, conservation, and animal welfare issues based on the best scientific advice available. NAMCO includes user knowledge in its work where it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention, Denmark, and of course your comments will be reflected in the record. I should have reminded everyone about this many times through the meeting, but please make sure your interventions and language is sent through to the Secretariat at the address interventions@iwc.int so that the words are recorded accurately. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just beg your indulgence. The UK thanks Hungary and the other EU member states for bringing this resolution and engaging so constructively over the past few days. Just for the record, the UK is pleased to confirm that we have joined others in co-sponsoring this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, United Kingdom. I pass the floor to Norway.
Thank you, Chair. Norway cannot support this resolution. We simply disagree that the statement of the continuation of the moratorium is not something that we could agree to. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Thank you for the clarification and the clarity. Palau, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Palau would not be able to join the consensus on approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Palau, for that as well. So I don't think we need a long list of countries either side. I will give the floor to Colombia in just a moment. I'm merely determining the likelihood if the proponents of the resolution so wish in the next session to proceed to a vote. This may be one that proceeds to a vote. That will be a decision for the proponents at the time of the decision in the next session. So I have that understanding now, so that helps me understand how the process might go. But I hand the floor now to Colombia, please.
Gracias, presidente. Agradecemos a Hungría por la propuesta. De parte de Colombia, estábamos de acuerdo con la versión inicial. No obstante, Colombia no es Estado parte de la Convención del Derecho del Mar y por ende solicita también revertir a su redacción original el párrafo considerativo número 1 de la resolución para incluir a los países que no somos miembros de la CONVEMAR. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Your comments will be noted in the record, and I encourage you to discuss this issue with the proponents in the afternoon break. I see Iceland. You have the floor.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to shortly explain our position here. At the beginning of this year, the Minister of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries in Iceland convened a panel of experts to assess the legal framework, regulatory provisions, and international commitments pertaining to whaling and the associated industries in Iceland. This evaluation is ongoing, with results expected at the end of this year. Our position during this meeting has therefore been shaped by this continued work and the conclusions anticipated. On this basis, Iceland is neither in a position to support nor oppose the resolution being discussed under this agenda item, and would therefore not be able to accept this without going to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iceland. That's very helpful to know. I pass the floor to Peru, please.
Quería referirme al proyecto de resolución sobre las organizaciones jurídicas internacionales a las cuales se refirió Colombia. Nos parece efectivamente que es un esfuerzo muy apropiado y muy adecuado, y todos efectivamente han estado trabajando en hacerle mejoras. Desgraciadamente también nos tenemos que apoyar, adherir al punto de vista de Colombia, en el sentido que, como el Perú tampoco es aún parte de la Convemar, preferimos que se pueda considerar el párrafo original del proyecto de resolución.
Thank you very much, Peru. Likewise with Colombia, your comments will be noted, and I think some discussion in the margins during the afternoon tea break might help us in determining the next steps for this resolution, so thank you for your intervention. I now see no one requesting the floor from contracting parties on this matter, so I intend to keep agenda item 9.5 open, and this will be discussed in the session after afternoon tea. So I'd like to summarise where I think we are at with our business and my proposed way forward. We have agenda item 8 and 9 remaining open, both of which I intend to deal with in the session after the afternoon break. Other than those two agenda items, we have agenda item 19, other matters, and agenda item 20, adoption of daily reports, also open to be dealt with at the end of our business here at the Commission. So that is my intention, but I see Chile, you wish to take the floor. Please go ahead.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sí, es un tema procedimental y de aclaración. Históricamente y por reglas de procedimiento, los gobiernos contratantes de la CBI pierden el derecho a voto si no están al día con el pago de sus cuotas y cualquier interés derivado de la morosidad, tipos de cambio, planes de pago, etc. A nuestro entender, ello implica que no exista ninguna deuda con la Secretaría de la CBI y que estos hayan sido recepcionados por el banco. Sin embargo, al inicio de la reunión se plantearon ciertas medidas de flexibilización para permitir reintegrar el derecho a voto solo durante esta reunión CBI 69 a algunos países que pudieran no haber integrado la totalidad de lo adeudado a la Secretaría. Adicionalmente, se adoptaron enmiendas a las reglas de procedimiento propuestas e impulsadas por el Grupo de Trabajo sobre Efectividad Operacional relativas a derecho a voto, las que a nuestro entender no entrarían en vigencia sino hasta fines de 2024 e inicios de 2025. En este sentido, notamos que 9 países miembros que no tenían derecho a voto de acuerdo a la circular IWC69 este lunes 23 de septiembre han recuperado el derecho a voto de acuerdo a lo informado en la sesión de esta mañana sobre los países con credenciales y los derechos a voto. Por tanto, en aras de la transparencia respecto de las reglas de procedimiento e interpretación o flexibilización de las mismas para esta reunión específica CBI 69, es que quisiéramos solicitar aclaración a la Secretaría respecto de si las contribuciones de estos 9 países han sido efectivamente recepcionadas en el banco por la Secretaría y no presentan ninguna deuda vigente y o cuántos de ellos estarían obteniendo su derecho a votar en esta sesión debido a la decisión tomada a inicios de la reunión sobre permitir contar con el derecho a voto, incluso teniendo una deuda en el pago de las contribuciones, ya sea por ser mínima o por no haber sido aún recepcionada en el banco. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chile, for the intervention and the question. You correctly refer to a range of decisions made through the process of this meeting. Those decisions included Chair's rulings that enabled parties to have their voting rights restored, not when the money when we had information on the money being received by the bank, but when they showed evidence of the money being sent to the bank. And so that was one of the early arrangements. And we also passed a range of measures, including entering into payment plans for parties who are only 2 years in arrears instead of 3 years in arrears. And we had some flexibility when small amounts of money were owing, according to the agreed rules of procedure that allowed parties to vote. Those parties were included in the table that was presented at the last session and that was put up on the board. So those decisions were made without, there were certainly in the initial one, we noted that the 2 countries, I think, affected by the first measure of allowing voting rights to be restored when they showed evidence that money had been sent, represented a balance of parties, but the others were made on the basis of the principle and not on the basis of which countries they were. But I think we can show that figure again in a little while. I can ask the Secretariat to show the figure and to let us know which countries their status has changed because of decisions made by this Commission through the process of the meeting. But these are decisions made and agreed. I do not intend to open up those agenda items and revisit those decisions. So this would be, as I understand is your question, clarification on which countries have been affected by these decisions, which is entirely reasonable for transparency's sake. So I'm going to do something first. I'm going to explain my process that I intend to go through with the Secretariat in the next session. And while I am doing that, I will ask the Secretariat to be prepared to project that slide and to provide information about which countries have been affected, particularly through gaining their voting rights once again by the decisions made through the process of this meeting. Are you comfortable with that? Yes, I see nods. Thank you very much. So we'll proceed on that basis. So what I would like to do now is explain the process for the next session after we have broken for afternoon tea. So this will be the session in which decisions will be made. And of course, for that purpose, as with all of our decisions, but particularly around these decisions on the schedule amendment for the creation of a South Atlantic whale sanctuary, as is the proposal under agenda item 8, and for the 3 remaining resolutions under agenda items 9.3, 9.4 and 9.5, we'll be making decisions on these. At the beginning of the meeting, I explained my interpretation of how I will rule on quorum. So my intention is that I will specify the time at the end of the meeting, depending on when we break. But my intention is to set a time at which I will request all parties to please be present in the room so that we can get on with this agreed process of making all the decisions in one session. I will ask particularly at this time that everyone be here on time, because this is how the time that we will be ensuring the important aspect of quorum is reached. So I will read through the process of determining quorum. I will ask official delegates to take their seats in front of their nameplate and flag. just as you are now. But I will ask everyone to please ensure they are in their correct place and that the delegates, the official delegates, are sitting there. The Executive Secretary will make a roll call, asking delegates to confirm their presence, and that will be per the list of contracting parties with accepted credentials or letters nominating the members of their delegations. And that second category is for countries who are here without a commissioner or an alternate commissioner, in which case they cannot be fully credentialed. That's just a matter of the Credentials Committee process, which is actually about ensuring credentials for voting. So countries that do not have a commissioner or alternate commissioner, but do have a letter from their government nominating those members as their delegates. So either of those two categories will count towards quorum, and the Secretariat will check this against the list. And that list will start with Antigua and Barbuda as a matter of alphabetical order. And so we will work through, and a count will be made, and I will then make a determination as to whether or not we are quorate and we can proceed with the decisions. On the basis, as I hope will be the case, we are quorate, we will then proceed with decision making. I will start with the agenda item 8 and the schedule amendment for the South Atlantic Whale Sanctuary. I will ask the proponents of that schedule amendment if they wish to proceed to a vote or not. If they so wish, I will then call for a vote. So, we will have established quorum at the start of the meeting, and I will take it that that quorum will hold throughout that session. Sorry, at the start of the session. I need to be very careful with my language. And that quorum will hold for the remainder of the session. That is, the session from afternoon tea until we break for business an hour and a half later, or if we need to carry on longer, it will hold for that session. I will read the decision that is to be taken so that we're clear, and then the Executive Secretary will make a roll call on the basis of the list of contracting governments present in the room with accepted credentials and voting rights. The Executive Secretary will explain what yes means and what no means in terms of the vote. And the Executive Secretary will first call China, given our rolling way of starting, and then alphabetically from China will go on and ask delegates to say which country she or he is from, and then they will name their country, and then the Executive Secretary will ask the contracting government, what is your vote? The delegate will respond. The Executive Secretary will then repeat the name of the country and the vote cast. And the Secretariat will note the responses on the screen and present the results. I shall then report on the results of whether the proposal has passed or not. We note that for the schedule amendment, 3/4 of a 3/4 majority is required to pass a schedule amendment of the votes cast, and for the resolutions, a 50% majority is required. I want to make sure that that is clear to everybody and that you are all happy to proceed on that basis. I've taken great care to ensure that the words I'm choosing are careful and consistent with the rules of procedure and consistent with our past practice, so that we're being fair to all parties in the room. This isn't a formal decision, but I will ask, and I will take silence as assent, that everyone is comfortable to proceed on the basis that I have outlined. Yes, thank you, Executive Secretary. Language is important here. So we know the majority thresholds of 3/4 and half, but it is the majority, either 3/4 or half, of the votes cast yes versus no. So they are the ones that count in counting the majority of those votes. Of course, that is as per our rules of procedure and our standard practice. Thank you for the clarification, Marta. So I see no one taking the floor. So that is how we will proceed after the afternoon break. And I would now ask the Secretariat to project the slide we had this morning, and perhaps, Nikki, you may wish to come to the podium, or you may do it from there, but the question from Chile was to understand which parties had been affected by the Chair's rulings and the rules of procedure that we have agreed here that has led to countries' voting rights being reinstated at this meeting, so that we show that for clarity's sake. And I say again, this is not revisiting the decisions, this is providing Chile and everyone with a clear, transparent view of the results of our decisions. So, Nikki, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. What I've got here is there are 2 countries that have paid during the course of the meeting, Panama and Antigua and Barbuda. We have arranged payment plans with St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea. And 3 countries have provided proof of payment from bank transactions, and that's Benin, India and Morocco. So they are the 9. 2 paid, the others following Chair's rulings to be allowed to vote for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikki, and I hope that assists in ensuring everything is clear. Chile, I see Argentina requesting the floor. Argentina, please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, y muchas gracias a Nikki por las aclaraciones. Todavía subsiste de parte de nuestra delegación, a partir de la consulta formulada por Chile, la siguiente duda, que tiene que ver con la decisión que usted tomó al inicio de esta reunión sobre la posibilidad de flexibilizar esta regla en materia de planes de pagos para favorecer a 3 estados contratantes. Acá tengo el resumen de lo que se había decidido, que dice, y leo en inglés: The acting chair rules that rule of procedure F5F, which refers to payment plans for contracting governments in arrears for 3 years or more, can be applied for IWC69 to 3 contracting governments with 2 years of arrears, which have paid most of their arrears but still have a small amount to pay related to interest, exchange rates, and such matters. Once payment plans are signed, voting rights can be restored. Entonces, nuestra consulta y nuestra duda es si esta decisión suya del primer día, que había sido prevista en su aplicación para 3 estados contratantes, ha sido extendida en su aplicación a más gobiernos contratantes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina, for the question. I don't have all the tables and figures in front of me. Nikki, can you confirm the answer to that question, please, and then we can discuss it? Thank you.
Sure. I think the question was, have any others entered into payment plans? And the answer is no, I haven't received any other requests to enter into payment plans. Well, that's a lie. I have actually. I've had an inquiry about how it works.
Thank you very much, Nikki. So that's helpful. Argentina, if we could perhaps report back on this first thing in the next session because we'll double check. But that's our understanding as we have heard from Nikki Bartmeyer. And I'm just going to, did you want the floor? Yes, I'm going to hand the floor to the Executive Secretary. Pass to you, Marta.
Thank you, Chair. So the ruling of the Chair regarding payment plans for countries in arrears for 2 years that had a small amount were 3 countries, but then we also had some countries for which the rule without the ruling of the Chair applies. So they had 3 years in arrears and they paid, and then a payment plan was possible in accordance with the existing rule. But we would like to double check all that and then come back to you.
Please take the floor, Argentina. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente, y muchas gracias a Marta y a Nikki por las explicaciones. Aguardamos entonces la confirmación. Nuestra inquietud obedece justamente a que al momento en que se adoptó esta decisión por parte del presidente, se informó que justamente esta extensión o esta flexibilización de la regla tenía en cuenta que había representantes o se beneficiarían de esta flexibilización países en igual proporción países que tenían distintos puntos de vista. Entonces, nuestra preocupación es que ese fue el entendimiento en el cual accedimos a esa flexibilización de la norma, teniendo en cuenta que se beneficiaba por igual a países que poseen distintos puntos de vista y tratamos de que ese equilibrio se preserve en lo que fue el ruling del Chair. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I'm going to pass the floor to the USA, and then I have St. Lucia and South Africa, US.
Thank you. I'm taking the floor in my role as the Chair of Finance and Administration, especially because I may have participated in the confusion. When we read this out at the beginning of the meeting, there were 3 countries that were at that current time relevant to the Chair's ruling, representing a range of views of needing that exception that you've already read out to F5F. However, as the Executive Secretary just noted, we have existing rules of procedure outside of the Chair's ruling that allow you to restore your voting rights if you paid. So we have some of those delegations that were originally in that ruling and impacted that now have the voting rights through a previously approved and existing rules of procedure. So we can clarify this when we come back, but that's why you're seeing the change.
Thank you very much, USA, and yeah, thanks for that. Yes, Executive Secretary, and then I will go to the contracting governments on the list.
Yes, just to complement, the other ruling of the Chair was that until now we were waiting to receive the money in the bank to be able to count as in good standing. But the ruling was that if there was proof that the payment has been made by the bank, we could accept that without having necessarily received the money. So that also added to the numbers.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, I signed a payment plan, but our money came through, and I have a message from Nikki, which says, "Thank you very much for the screenshots of payment made. I will destroy the payment plan document, Horace, signed earlier today. Voting rights are reinstated for IWC69. So we were not mentioned as having our voting rights back. So I'd like to have that corrected."
Thank you very much for the clarification, St. Lucia. I have South Africa. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions, really. One is a request. When we projecting these critical numbers, could we perhaps try also to project on the side screens as well? Because that's a bit small. And we really need to make out what it is saying, if you don't mind. Number two, you mentioned earlier that if you are a delegation with a commissioner and alternate, you didn't need additional accreditation. But South Africa was requested additional accreditation, yet it has an alternate. Can you please explain in layman's terms how that works, if you don't mind?
Thank you very much, South Africa. And yes, I will ask the Secretariat and to try and project on the side screens. I saw thumbs up all over the place, so that's clearly will be helpful for everyone. And in relation to the second question, the point is around what it is that counts toward quorum and what it is that counts towards a vote. The two different categories. For quorum, we need a delegate that is essentially, it's clear that they are representing their national government. So we have two ways of determining that. One is that they have gone through the Credentials Committee and have been fully credentialed. The Credentials Committee is not about quorum. The Credentials Committee is about voting rights. But that process, of course, if we have a group credentialed, that means that they have clearly identified who their commissioner and alternate commissioner is, and it is only the commissioner or alternate commissioner who can cast a vote. So that's one process. They will count towards quorum. But for parties that do not have an accredited commissioner or alternate commissioner, they may have delegates from their country as confirmed in a letter from the host country confirming people, particular individuals, as delegates on their behalf to represent them at this forum. Those countries, the second category, will not have voting rights because they don't have a credentialed commissioner nor alternate commissioner, but they will count towards quorum because they have a representative of the country, of the party, to the convention, attending the meeting and participating in the discussions of the meeting. Does that help? Is that clearer this time? It is important, and it is complicated. You can be assured that we have had lengthy discussions to try and be very clear on this and be consistent with the rules of procedure. I'm happy to continue the dialogue on the floor, or I'm happy to continue the dialogue with you after we break. I see thumbs up on that, if everyone's comfortable with me just speaking to South Africa, or does everyone wish me to go through that once again? I can read it out. If everyone, perhaps I'll just read it out one more time, and then I will finish on that, and I will very happily talk to the delegate from South Africa afterwards as well, if needed. So I'm very happy to do it. It's really important for everyone to understand this and be clear on it, so there is no confusion. So the process of determining quorum, I will ask everyone to sit behind their seats in front of their nameplate and flag. And then the Executive Secretary will make a roll call asking delegates to confirm their presence. So we will go around, starting with Antigua and Barbuda, asking them to confirm their presence behind their flag. And obviously the Secretariat will be monitoring that and checking that. So we have two criteria by which we will determine that they are indeed the delegates from the said country and that they are present in the room. And that is, as per the list of contracting parties with accepted credentials. So that's the first category. Those will all obviously count towards quorum. But the second category that will also count towards quorum are people who are here, who are nominated in a letter from their home country, and they are named as the delegates of that country. So they are representatives of the country and will count towards quorum, but if they are not credentialed as far as being the commissioner or alternate commissioner and our financial, they will not have a right to vote. So that's the basis for quorum, and that's the basis upon which we will proceed this afternoon. But I'm happy to talk to you directly afterwards. Thank you very much. Okay, so where are we? We are going to ensure we can project everything on the side screens. We've revisited the list as per the question from Argentina. I think we provided a good deal of clarity now, but we will confirm that at the start of the session this afternoon. If there are any anomalies that we check, this is all double and triple checked, but things get through and they're important, so we will check again. And so it is now 3:31. It's time for the afternoon break. I propose now, oh, I'm sorry, I have Secretariat requesting the floor. Sorry, Nikki, please proceed. I missed you there.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just wanted to offer my apologies to the delegate of St Lucia. He is correct. We did start off with a payment plan, but then I was able to receive proof of payment from the bank, and I did destroy the payment plan. So my apologies, Horace.
Thank you for the clarification, Secretariat. I'm sure the distinguished Commissioner from St Lucia will accept your apology. I see nods. Thank you. All right, so we will break now, and I will ask everyone, I will give you an extra 5 minutes, it's important. So at 5 minutes past 4, I have one more contracting government taking the floor, so please do not leave yet. At 5 minutes past 4, we will commence with the process. Romania, you've requested the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just have to mention that, as it's obvious, I am here, I'm attending. I was accredited. It's true that we don't have the right to vote, but I would like to present practically my contribution to the quorum. Thank you so much. Because in the list, it's mentioned that we are not accredited and we are not attending, which is obviously not available anymore. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Romania. Yes, the list is our latest list, as updated as we can, but the process we will go through this afternoon when we come back from afternoon tea will be to test exactly who is here and who is accredited and for quorum and who is accredited for voting. So thank you for that point. And Secretariat, one more time. Yes, please, Nikki.
Sorry, the list was developed this morning before we knew Romania was attending or had been credited, so I can update that now.
Yes, thank you. I think actually the list becomes the most recent list and it's helpful for now, but actually we don't need to update it. We will be updating it in real time on the floor with participants in this room, and that is the basis upon which the numbers we will work on immediately after this break. So we've eaten into your half an hour. I will still ask you all to be back here at 5 minutes past 4, please. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being timely. It is 5:04. I'm very grateful that you've facilitated starting reasonably on time. As I said before we came to this session, the purpose of this session will be to consider the items in one grouping that have been opened under Agenda Item 8, the schedule amendment, and that is the schedule amendment for the South Atlantic Whale Sanctuary, and then to consider the resolutions presented under 9.3, 9.4 and 9.5. It is my intention to deal firstly with the Agenda Item 8, the schedule amendment, but first, as I had said, we will go through the process of being clear and ensuring that we have quorum. So once again, I want to make sure that everyone is sitting, each of the official delegates have taken their seat in front of their nameplate and their flag. I will now ask the Executive Secretary, I beg your pardon, one minor announcement. It is my understanding that the questions of clarification raised by Argentina before afternoon tea have been dealt with and that we can now proceed. I see nods, so thank you for that, and thank you to Argentina and I think the US and the Secretariat for going through and providing clarity on those questions. So everyone is in their seat. I will now ask the Executive Secretary to make a roll call as per the instructions that I have read out already. I'll say them one more time, making a roll call, asking delegates to confirm their presence, and we will then count the numbers and I will make a ruling on whether or not we are quorate. So, Executive Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So, as agreed, I'm going to start by Antigua and Barbuda, and I'm asking Antigua and Barbuda to confirm your presence.
Present, please.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I'm moving now to Argentina. Argentina, could you please confirm your presence?
We confirm presence.
Thank you, Argentina. Now I'm moving to Australia. Australia, can you confirm your presence?
Present.
Thank you, Australia. I'm moving now to Austria. Austria, can you please confirm your presence?
Present.
Thank you, Austria. Now I'm moving to Belgium. Belgium, could you?
Thank you. Belgium is present.
Thank you. Belize, Belize, could you please confirm your presence?
Bénin? Oui, le Bénin est présent.
Excuse me, I read Belize, but Belize is not registered, although I had it in my list, so apologies for that. So the correct country that I need to call is Benin. Benin, could you please confirm?
Le Bénin confirme à nouveau sa présence.
Merci, Benin. Now I'm moving to Brazil. Brazil, could you please confirm your presence?
Present.
Thank you, Brazil. Now I'm moving to Bulgaria. Bulgaria, could you please confirm your presence?
Bulgaria is present.
Thank you. Cambodia. Cambodia, could you please confirm your presence?
Cambodia present.
Thank you. Cameroon. Cameroon, can you please confirm?
Cameroun présent.
Merci, Cameroon. Now I'm moving to Chile. Chile, could you please confirm your presence?
Chile presente.
Gracias, Chile. Now I'm moving to China. China, could you please confirm your presence?
China, present.
Thank you, China. Colombia, could you please confirm your presence?
Colombia presente.
Gracias. Republic of Congo. Sorry, again, one that is not registered. Apologies. Costa Rica, could you please confirm your presence?
Presente.
Gracias, Costa Rica. Now, Côte d'Ivoire, could you please confirm your presence?
La Côte d'Ivoire est présente.
Merci, Côte d'Ivoire. Croatia, could you please?
Croatia present.
Thank you, Croatia. Cyprus, could you please confirm?
Cyprus is present.
Thank you, Cyprus. Czech Republic, could you please confirm your presence?
Czech Republic is present.
Thank you. Denmark, could you please confirm?
Present.
Thank you, Denmark. Dominican Republic.
República Dominicana presente.
Gracias, República Dominicana. Ecuador, could you please confirm your presence?
Ecuador presente.
Gracias, Ecuador. I have Finland. Is Finland present?
Present.
Thank you, Finland. France.
La France est présente.
Merci, la France. Gabon.
Le Gabon est présent.
Merci, Gabon. We are now moving to Germany. Germany, could you please confirm?
Germany is present.
Thank you, Germany. Ghana, could you please confirm?
Republic of Ghana is presente.
Gracias, Ghana. I'm moving now to Guinea. Guinea, could you please confirm your presence?
La Guinée est présente.
Merci, la Guinée. Guinée-Bissau.
Oui, la Guinée-Bissau est présente.
Merci. Hungary, could you please confirm your presence?
Hungary is present.
Thank you, Hungary. Iceland, could you please confirm?
Iceland is present.
Thank you, Iceland. India, could you please confirm?
India present.
Thank you, India. Ireland.
Ireland is present.
Thank you, Ireland. I now ask Israel, could you please confirm your presence, please?
Israel is present.
Thank you, Israel. Italy.
Italia es presente. Gracias.
Gracias, Italia. Grazie. Korea, Republic of Korea, please. Could you please confirm?
The Republic of Korea is present.
Thank you, Korea. Laos.
La PDR presents.
Excuse me, Liberia or Laos? I asked Laos.
Laos is present.
Thank you, Laos. Use this microphone. Oh, okay, yes. Thank you. This is going to be easier. I'm pushing each time to ask for the floor. So now moving to Lithuania, please.
Lithuania is present.
Excuse me, can you repeat?
Lithuania is present.
Thank you, Lithuania. Luxembourg?
Luxembourg is present.
Thank you, Luxembourg. Marshall Islands?
Marshall Islands is present. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauritania? Mauritania is not present. Mexico, please.
México presente. Buenas tardes.
Gracias, México. Monaco, could you please confirm your presence?
Monaco est présent.
Merci, Monaco. Morocco, could you please confirm?
Maroc est présent.
Merci, le Maroc. Nauru?
Nauru is present.
Thank you, Nauru. The Netherlands?
The Netherlands is present.
Thank you, Netherlands. New Zealand?
New Zealand present.
Thank you, New Zealand. Norway?
Norway is present.
Thank you, Norway. Palau?
Palau is present.
Thank you, Palau. Panama, could you please confirm your presence?
Panamá presente.
Gracias, Panamá. Perú?
Perú presente.
Gracias, Perú. Poland?
Poland is present.
Thank you, Poland. Portugal, can you please confirm your presence?
Portugal is present.
Thank you. Romania?
Romania is present.
Thank you, Romania. Russian Federation?
Russia is present.
Thank you. Slovak Republic?
Slovak Republic is present.
Thank you. South Africa?
South Africa is present.
Thank you, South Africa. Spain?
España está presente.
Gracias, España. St. Kitts and Nevis?
St. Kitts and Nevis is present.
Thank you. St. Lucia?
St. Lucia is present.
Thank you, St. Lucia. St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
St. Vincent and the Grenadines is present.
Thank you. Sweden?
Sweden is present.
Thank you, Sweden. Switzerland?
Switzerland is present.
Thank you, Switzerland. Togo?
Le Togo est présent.
Merci. United Kingdom?
United Kingdom is present.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Uruguay?
Uruguay presente.
Gracias, Uruguay. United States?
The United States is present.
Thank you, United States. I have completed the roll call, so I'm going to ask to bring to the table the results of the count, please.
Secretariat are just double, triple, quadruple checking on the count. So just be with us in a moment, I'm sure. I can announce that there are 65 parties to the convention present in the room, given that the total membership is 88. A simple majority is required for quorum of 45. We exceed that majority, so quorum is established, and I thank you all very much for a very orderly process. This quorum will hold for the rest of this afternoon's session. So I will now return us to agenda item 8, and agenda item 8.1 is a proposal of a schedule amendment to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary. And I will pass the floor. Now, this proposal was made available 60 days before the plenary in accordance with the rules of procedure, and it's available on the IWC69 website in 3 languages. It has already been presented and some initial discussion. I will now hand the floor to Brazil to let us know how they might wish to proceed. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil would like to proceed with the voting.
Thank you, Brazil. So I now call a vote to be made on the proposal to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary. This is an amendment to our schedule and requires a majority of 75% of yes votes versus no votes. I read out earlier the procedure we will follow to take the vote and make the decision under the rules of this commission. So the Executive Secretary will make a roll call on the basis of the list of contracting governments, and I will now pass to the Executive Secretary to explain the process of what is meant by a yes and no vote and where we will start. So I pass to you, Executive Secretary, for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So as explained earlier today, I'm going to make a roll call on the basis of the list of contracting governments present in the room with accepted credentials and voting rights. As explained by the Chair, the decision is to approve a schedule amendment to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary. So yes means approve a schedule amendment to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary. No means does not approve a schedule amendment to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary. So with this, I'm going to make a roll call, starting with China, and I will ask, first of all, to the delegate to say which country they represent. The delegate will say the country. I will ask what is the vote. The delegate will respond. I will repeat the name of the country and the vote cast, and then you will be seeing in the screen So we will be projecting the table so that you can see, as we go along the process, the votes that have been cast. So you have before you the list. So I'm going to call China. And I'm going to ask China to say which country do you represent first?
China. Is that correct?
You are going to have fun because I'm going to do this with all of you so that there is no doubt.
Thank you.
Now that you have, so China, could you please say what is your vote, yes or not?
Okay, only two choices. Is there?
So I will say again, the decision is the approval of the establishment of the change in the schedule to create the South Atlantic Sanctuary.
Okay, China abstain.
So China, I have heard that your vote is to abstain.
Yes, thank you.
Now I'm moving to Colombia. Colombia, could you please identify which country do you represent?
Colombia.
Thank you, Colombia. Could you please now tell us what is your vote?
Sí.
Colombia has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, could you please tell your country? Where is Côte d'Ivoire?
Je représente la Côte d'Ivoire.
Could you please just indicate where you are in the room so that I can see you? Yes, thank you. Côte d'Ivoire, could you please tell us what is your vote?
Le vote est non.
Côte d'Ivoire has voted no. I'm moving now to Croatia. Croatia, could you please identify your country?
Republic of Croatia.
Thank you, Croatia. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Croatia has voted yes. I'm moving now to Cyprus. Cyprus, could you please identify your country?
I represent Cyprus.
Thank you, Cyprus. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
Our vote is yes.
Cyprus has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Czech Republic. Could you please just perhaps...
Czech Republic, present.
Thank you. So, Czech Republic, I have heard your country. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
So yes.
Czech Republic has voted yes. I'm moving now to Denmark. Denmark, could you please tell what is your country?
Denmark,
Thank you, Denmark. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
yes.
Thank you. Denmark has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, could you please confirm the name of your country?
República Dominicana vota sí.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic has voted yes. I'm moving now to Finland. Finland, could you please identify your country?
Finland?
Sorry?
Finland. The Republic of Finland?
Thank you. I have a problem with the accent, it's not my, but I want to make sure you can see that I'm checking, that I'm understanding. So Finland, could you please tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Finland has voted yes. I'm moving now to France. France, could you please identify your country?
La France.
Thank you. France, could you please tell us what is your vote?
Oui.
France has voted yes. Germany, could you please identify your country?
Germany.
What is Germany? Yes. I didn't hear, sorry. Germany, can you please tell us what is your vote?
The vote is yes.
Germany has voted yes. Now I'm moving to the Republic of Guinea. Guinea, could you please identify your country?
Oui, je représente la République de Guinée.
Thank you, Guinea. Can you please tell us what is your vote?
Non.
Guinea has voted no. Hungary, could you please identify your country?
I represent Hungary.
Thank you, Hungary. Could you please tell us your vote?
Our vote is yes.
Hungary has voted yes. Iceland, could you please identify your country?
Iceland,
Iceland, could you please tell us what is your vote?
we abstain.
Iceland has abstained. India, could you please identify your country, please?
India.
India, can you tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
India has voted yes. Ireland, could you please identify your country?
Republic of Ireland.
Thank you, Ireland. Could you please just make a sign so that I see which side of the room you are? Yes, thank you. Ireland, could you please tell us what is your vote?
Ireland votes yes.
Ireland has voted yes. Israel, Israel, can you please identify your country?
I represent Israel.
Israel, can you tell us what is your vote?
Our vote is yes.
Israel has voted yes. Italy, can you please identify your country?
Republic of Italy.
Thank you, Republic of Italy. Can you please tell us what is your vote?
Italy votes yes. Thank you very much.
Italy has voted yes. Korea, could you please confirm your country?
I represent the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Korea. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
Korea votes yes.
Korea has voted yes. Laos, could you please confirm your country?
Lao People Democratic Republic.
Thank you. Laos, could you please tell us your vote?
Our vote is no.
Laos has voted no. Lithuania, could you please confirm your country?
Lithuania present.
Thank you, Lithuania. Lithuania, can you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Lithuania has voted yes. Luxembourg, could you please confirm your country?
Luxembourg votes yes.
In 2 steps, please. Luxembourg, could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Luxembourg has voted yes. Marshall Islands, could you please confirm your country?
Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Thank you, Republic of Marshall Islands. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Marshall Islands has voted no. Now I'm moving to Mexico. Mexico, could you please confirm your country?
Mexico.
Mexico, could you please tell us what is your vote?
México vota sí.
Mexico has voted yes. Monaco, please confirm your country.
Principauté de Monaco.
Thank you, Monaco. Monaco, what is your vote?
Oui.
Monaco has voted yes. Morocco, could you please confirm your country?
Le Royaume du Maroc.
Thank you, Morocco. Could you please tell us your vote?
Mon vote est non.
Morocco votes no. Nauru, could you please confirm your country?
Nauru?
Thank you, Nauru. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Nauru has voted no. The Netherlands. Netherlands, please confirm your country.
The Netherlands,
Thank you, Netherlands. Could you please tell us your vote?
yes.
The Netherlands have voted yes. New Zealand, could you please confirm your country?
New Zealand.
Thank you, New Zealand. Could you please tell us your vote?
New Zealand votes yes.
New Zealand has voted yes. Norway, could you please confirm your country?
I represent the Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you, Norway. Could you please tell us your vote?
The vote is no.
Norway has voted no. Republic of Palau, could you please confirm your country?
Republic of Palau?
Thank you, Palau. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Palau has voted no. Panama, could you please confirm your country?
Panama.
Thank you, Panama. Could you please tell us the vote?
Yes.
Panama has voted yes. Peru, please confirm your country.
República del Perú.
Thank you, Peru. Could you please tell us your vote?
El voto es sí.
Peru has voted yes. Poland, could you please confirm your country?
Poland.
Thank you, Poland. Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Poland has voted yes. Portugal, please confirm the name of your country.
Portugal?
Thank you, Portugal. Please tell us now your vote.
Yes.
Portugal has voted yes. St. Kitts and Nevis, could you please confirm your country? Sorry.
St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you. St. Kitts and Nevis, please tell us your vote.
No.
St. Kitts and Nevis has voted no. St. Lucia, please confirm your country.
St. Lucia.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
St. Lucia has voted no. St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Could you please tell us your vote?
Abstain.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines has abstained. Slovak Republic, could you please confirm your country?
Slovak Republic.
Can I see where you are? Sorry. Can you just...
On your left.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Slovak Republic has voted yes. South Africa, please confirm the name of your country.
I represent the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you, South Africa. Could you please tell us your vote?
It's a yes.
South Africa has voted yes. Spain, please confirm your country.
España.
Thank you, Spain. What is your vote?
Sí.
Spain has voted yes. Sweden, could you please confirm your country? Where is Sweden?
I represent
you please,
Sweden.
Can you please just move your head, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sweden. I have heard that you have said your country, so could you please now tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Sweden has voted yes. Switzerland, please tell us your country.
Switzerland.
Thank you, Switzerland. Could you please now tell us your vote?
Yes.
Switzerland has voted yes. I am moving now to Togo. Togo, please confirm your country.
République togolaise.
Thank you, Togo. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Togo has voted no. United Kingdom, please confirm your country.
The United Kingdom.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Could you please tell us your vote?
The United Kingdom votes yes.
United Kingdom has voted yes. Uruguay, please confirm your country.
Uruguay.
Thank you, Uruguay. What is your vote?
Sí.
Uruguay has voted yes. USA, please tell us your country.
The United States?
Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
United States has voted yes. I'm going now to Antigua and Barbuda. Please identify your country.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Antigua and Barbuda has voted no. Argentina, could you please tell us your country?
República Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina. Could you please tell us your vote?
Votamos sí. Yes.
Argentina has voted yes. Australia, please confirm your country.
Australia?
Australia, could you please now tell us your vote?
Yes.
Australia has voted yes. Austria, could you please identify your country?
Austria.
Thank you. Austria, what is your vote?
Yes.
Austria has voted yes. Belgium, could you please confirm your country?
Je représente le Royaume de Belgique.
Thank you, Belgium. Could you please tell us your vote?
La Belgique vote de tout cœur oui.
Belgium has voted yes. Benin, could you please confirm your country?
République du Bénin.
Benin, what is your vote?
No.
Benin has voted no. Brazil, please identify your country.
Brazil?
Brazil, what is your vote?
Yes.
Brazil has voted yes. Bulgaria, could you please identify your country and could you please show me where you are?
Republic of Bulgaria.
Yes, thank you so much. You were behind someone. Bulgaria, could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Cambodia, could you please confirm your country?
Kingdom of Cambodia.
Thank you, Cambodia. What is your vote?
Vote for no.
Cambodia has voted no. Chile, could you please identify your country?
Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Could you please tell us your vote?
Sí.
Chile has voted yes, and with this I have completed the roll call, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. The proposal for a schedule amendment to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary has been voted upon. We received 40 yes votes and 14 no votes. The vote does not achieve the necessary three-quarter majority to approve a schedule amendment to create a South Atlantic whale sanctuary, and so this is resolved in the negative. This is a long process, and there will be those in the Commission who are very disappointed that we've come so close and not achieved it, and those who will be happy that their vote has ensured this is not proceeding. The vote was carried out in a calm and respectful manner. It was done so very clearly under the rules of decision-making in this Commission. There are many decisions made by the Commission, some of which parties agree with and some of which parties find deeply disappointing. This is one of those decisions. My commiserations to the proponents of this schedule amendment. I know this will be disappointing. I know it's important to you. I also know that you will respect the rules of the Commission under which we make our decisions. And I hope we can now move on. I will take a few comments from the floor, but I will ask them to be calm and respectful of the process we have just undertaken. We established quorum. That is a good thing. We voted according to our rules. That is a good thing. And we have a clear result where we have been able to make a decision on a contentious issue according to our rules. That too is a good principle. So, is there anyone who would wish to take the floor? I don't want to have an extended list, please. I will happily hear from a few countries, but I would rather then we have other business to attend to under agenda item 9, but I will take a few comments from the floor. I recognise Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de nous avoir passé la parole, Monsieur le Président. Nous remercions les promoteurs de l'amendement. Je note que les pays côtiers de l'Afrique bordés par l'Atlantique ne sont pas associés à cet amendement. On voit que les pays lointains veulent prendre des décisions à notre place, sachant bien que les impacts directs seront supportés par nos communautés. Cela ressemble à ce qui s'était passé quand certains pays s'étaient assis autour d'une longue table avec des règles pour tracer les frontières de l'Afrique. Nous pensons que chaque pays disposant des zones économiques exclusives peuvent, s'ils le souhaitent, prendre des mesures de conservation à travers les aires marines protégées sans compromettre le droit des autres peuples à disposer d'eux-mêmes grâce à un accès physique et économique à une nourriture suffisante, saine et nutritive, leur permettant de satisfaire leurs besoins énergétiques et leurs préférences alimentaires pour mener une vie saine et active. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Togo. I recognize Uruguay.
Gracias. Uruguay lamenta que en esta instancia no se haya logrado la creación del santuario de ballenas en el Atlántico Sur, un objetivo clave para los países que impulsamos esta iniciativa. Fieles a nuestro compromiso con la protección de la biodiversidad marina, continuaremos trabajando con todos los miembros de la CBI para que más países comprendan las motivaciones que nos guían, que son preservar los cetáceos y sus hábitats y asegurar la salud de los océanos para un futuro sostenible. Gracias.
Thank you, Uruguay. I recognize Norway.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I guess Norway is considered to be on the winning side this time. But allow me to tell you that this gives us no pleasure at all. Absolutely not. However, we are pleased that we managed to stop this schedule from being implemented. The reason is simply that this represents all that is wrong with this organization. Instead of dealing with management issues, as we should, according to the convention from 1946, we are dealing with something that is absolutely not necessary. A sanctuary that is one area which already is part of a moratorium, and where there's no whaling planning and so on. So that's why we are satisfied but not severely pleased with the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Convencidos de la importancia y de la relevancia del santuario como una medida adicional a la moratoria para la protección de los cetáceos, lamentamos el resultado de esta votación y al mismo tiempo estamos enormemente satisfechos por los números que demuestran un creciente apoyo y una creciente legitimidad a la iniciativa. Creemos que los números hablan por sí mismos. Es apenas un pequeño detalle y una cuestión, diría que hasta casi procesal, en cuestión de tiempo. Vamos a seguir trabajando en este objetivo que nos parece muy importante. Quisiéramos tener también una palabra para todos los países que lo apoyaron en esta oportunidad. Muchas gracias y seguiremos trabajando en este sentido.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Brazil, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil regrets the proposal not being approved. We believe it's a good proposal with a sound scientific basis, and we will keep working. I can't forget to thank all the countries that supported our proposal. And we will keep working towards cooperation and in science, research, and non-lethal use of cetaceans, which we are convinced is the best way to promote the conservation of marine biodiversity in both sides of the Southern Atlantic. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As with Norway, we are not rejoicing over this victory that we have had in terms of voting down the sanctuary. I especially am not happy because the Latin American countries have been our historical partners. Latin America and the Caribbean has cooperated in many forums for the better of this region, the Latin America Caribbean region. I believe that there is need for a lot of consultation and collaboration where every country represented here in this commission hear each other's views, work to the spirit of compromise, and reduce the frequency of votes. We are getting there, we're achieving it, and I hope that during the intercession, we all will be able to discuss issues with each other and see in what way we can find compromises within the framework of our own national interests and be able to have unanimity on a lot of these issues that are before us. I would like to congratulate the organization for accepting these democratic principles and congratulate the Secretariat and you, Mr. Chair, for the way in which this vote and the whole meeting was conducted, and it goes well for our organization, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. China appreciates the long-standing efforts of all parties in this conservation, whale conservation and management. And China agrees to strengthen the protection of whale resources with a scientific attitude and methods. So we suggest it is necessary to strengthen basic research, scientifically demonstrate the role of the sanctuary in protecting whales, enhance impact assessments, and minimize the effects of the sanctuary on existing fishery production in the relevant region, and also the effects on sustainable use of fishery resources, the effects on social and economic development of coastal states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The UK would like to thank once again the governments of Argentina, Brazil and Uruguay for bringing this schedule amendment to IWC69. We are, of course, disappointed by the result, but we very much welcome the manner in which the discussion has been brought to the Commission and the spirit and conduct of the decision-making process. We hope to see this scientifically sound proposal return to the Commission in the future, as we believe that it will increase important cooperation and information exchange to the benefit of whale conservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. I see no one else wishing to take the floor. Gabon, I'm sorry, you were not on the list, but please, Gabon, you now have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour le Gabon, je pense que toute situation devrait nous amener à avoir une leçon. Ce qui vient encore de se passer montre tout juste qu'il ne s'agit pas de prendre des décisions sur ce qui est bon ou ce qui est mauvais. Nous devons plus travailler au sein de cette organisation pour voir ce qui est juste. Et c'est ce qui nous fera triompher. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Gabon, and I recognize South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. South Africa is one of the co-sponsors of this proposal. Is obviously disappointed with the outcome, but we thank the increasing support for the proposal, and we thank you, Brazil, and all the co-drafters of the document. And we hope that as time goes, we can manage to talk to the 14 other nations and make them understand where we come from. But otherwise, it was a beautiful vote. It was done orderly and in a respectful way, and we thank you for that, Chair, and your team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. I have one request from the floor from an NGO, and I will pass the floor to them, and then we will close. I have two, and I will close the line at 2 NGO interventions on this, and we will then move on to the next agenda item. So the first NGO requesting the floor, you now can proceed.
Gracias, señor presidente. El Instituto Baleia Jubarte de Brasil desea agradecer a usted y a la Secretaría la manera como que han conducido esta discusión y esta votación tan importante para nuestra región. Agradecer a todos los casi 75% de países de esta comisión que en una mayoría abrumadora han apoyado a esta demanda regional. Y también agradecer a los que estuvieron ayer en la Embajada de Brasil escuchando las razones, una vez más, soberanas y legítimas por las cuales nuestros países siguen proponiendo este santuario. No es sorpresa de que los que no quieren escuchar estas razones no entiendan por qué seguimos con eso tras tanto tiempo, pero seguramente en algún momento escucharán. Agradecemos más una vez y esperamos que en Australia, su país natal, señor presidente, podamos festejar la aprobación de este santuario cuando las personas estén representando soberanamente a los intereses de sus propios gobiernos y a ningún otro. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for the intervention, and I now hand the floor to the second NGO. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Adhiero a todo lo expresado por mi colega del Instituto María Yubarta. Soy Roxana Steinberg del Instituto de Conservación de Ballenas. Sumo agradecimiento a todos los que me apoyaron. Y esta intervención se llama Los viajes de Antares por el Santuario del Atlántico Sur. Antares es una ballena franca austral y es el único caso de una ballena a la cual se registró satelitalmente su viaje migratorio en 2 años diferentes. Esto se realizó en el marco de un proyecto que cuenta con el apoyo del Comité Científico de la Comisión Ballenera Internacional. Es un gran proyecto colaborativo, como algunos de los tantos que se podrían seguir generando en el marco de este santuario. Olvidé mencionarles que conocemos Antares del 2010 y es una de las más de 4.500 ballenas de esta población que conocemos desde hace más de 5 décadas, a través de un proyecto que se continúa en la Patagonia Argentina. Ella tiene más de 25 años y ayer se encontraba amamantando a su cría en las costas de Península Valdés, en la Patagonia Argentina. En 2021, cuando se la monitoreó satelitalmente, salió del mar argentino y comenzó su recorrido por las aguas del Atlántico Sur. Se alimentó en esas aguas, enseñó a su cría dónde tendrá que volver a alimentarse tras ser destetada. Hoy, a pesar de los resultados, imagino a Antares y su cría recorrer esas aguas protegidas del Atlántico Sur. Este resultado no nos quita la esperanza. Por Antares y por todas las ballenas del Atlántico Sur seguiremos trabajando para hacer realidad este santuario. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And so we can conclude our business on agenda item number 8. And I once again truly congratulate all of you for conducting this business in such a respectful way. It really shines a very positive light on the Commission, and I hope that trend continues for the rest of this meeting and into the meeting at IWC70. So congratulations to you all on the manner in which you conducted the debate. I thank you. I would like now to move to agenda item 9.3, which is the resolution on cooperation with Camilla in Antarctica. This was presented earlier, and when I asked this commission if there was anyone who could not support this resolution by consensus, I heard no voices. So I will, now that we are making decisions, I will ask again if we can, and this time for decision, if we can adopt this resolution by consensus. I will take silence as a yes, and I will now open the floor. I see no one take, oh, I beg your pardon, Hungary. Are you going to block consensus on this proposal? You have the floor.
Definitely not, Chair. Thank you very much. Just would like to say that the EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW thank all contracting governments for their constructive spirit, and special thank to those who constructively work with us to have a finalized text, and we are very pleased that it can be finally adopted by a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Hungary. You jumped in just before. I was about to announce that this resolution is adopted by consensus, and I thank all of you for that. I thank Hungary on behalf of the European Union and its member states for the constructive manner in which they accepted the drafting changes and for all of those who participated in that process. This resolution is now adopted, and I close the agenda item 9.3, and now move to agenda item... I now move to agenda item 9.4, which is the resolution on synergies between the IWC, the Kunming, Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the BBNJ agreement. And I ask again, we had some comments on this, but I would ask if we can accept this resolution by consensus. Again, I will accept silence as a yes. I give the floor to Costa Rica.
Gracias, señor presidente. Leyendo el archivo que se encuentra en el sitio de la comisión, en el título se hace referencia al BBNJ Agreement. Me parece que lo más adecuado es ponerle en el título el nombre oficial del acuerdo, que es Agreement on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. And indeed, I had made an error in reading the original name, which has changed through drafting. So the title, and this time I will read it in with the full name for BBNJ as a matter of a drafting change, just so it is not just the BBNJ agreement. This is a draft resolution on synergies between the IWC, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework adopted thereunder, and the Agreement on Biological Diversity on Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction. I know that one well. So with that title, with the full title, with no abbreviations and the correct redrafted title, I ask again if this resolution can be adopted by consensus. Silence is a yes. The floor is open. This agreement is adopted by consensus, and I hand the floor. I'll read it out again. The resolution on synergies between the IWC, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework adopted thereunder, and the Agreement on Biodiversity in Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction is adopted by consensus by the Commission, and I hand the floor to Hungary.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And like for the previous one, we would like to thank all the contracting governments for their constructive spirit and for those who worked with us in the drafting. And now I can say that we are happy that it has been adopted by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hungary, on behalf of the European Union and its member states. So I will now close agenda item 9.4. And I will move to agenda item 9.5, the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities. In the discussion we had in the session before this, there was not agreement on this, and I would give the floor to Hungary and ask how they wish to proceed with this resolution. Hungary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Having heard the comments from contracting governments during the discussion. We realized that there were divergent views on this resolution. We hoped to adopt it by consensus, but we see that it's probably not the case. So we would like to put it for a vote.
Thank you, Hungary. So this resolution will now be put to a vote. We have established consensus, and indeed we know the procedure for the vote. In this case, what is required is a 50% majority. And so I will now pass over to the Executive Secretary and the Secretariat to run the process of the vote.
While we have the table on the screen, I will just read what the decision is going to be. So the decision is to adopt a resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities. I will make, as in the previous occasion, a roll call on the basis of the list of contracting governments present in the room with accepted credentials and voting rights. Voting yes means adopting the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities. Voting no means that the decision is not to adopt the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities. Given that we are rolling the first country, I'm going to start calling on Colombia and following the same process that we had before. So now I call on Colombia to confirm the name of your country.
Colombia presente.
Thank you. And could you please tell us what is your vote on this resolution?
Abstención.
Colombia has abstained. Now I'm moving to Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, could you please confirm your country?
Oui, la République de Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Côte d'Ivoire. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Côte d'Ivoire is voting no. Croatia, could you please just, if you could raise your hand so that I can see where you are. Thank you. Croatia, could you please confirm your country?
Republic of Croatia.
Thank you. Republic of Croatia, could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Republic of Croatia has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Cyprus. Cyprus, please confirm your country.
It's Republic of Cyprus. If it's possible to correct it also on the chart, it would be better.
We will. Thank you, Republic of Cyprus.
Thank
Could you please tell us the vote?
Our vote is yes.
Republic of Cyprus has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Czech Republic. Could you please confirm your
Czech Republic.
name? Thank you. Czech Republic, could you please tell us your vote?
It's a yes.
Czech Republic has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Denmark. Denmark, could you please confirm your country?
Denmark,
Thank you, Denmark. Could you please tell us your vote?
yes.
Denmark votes yes. I'm moving now to Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, please confirm your country.
República Dominicana,
Thank you. Dominican Republic, could you please tell us your vote?
sí.
Dominican Republic has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Finland. Finland, please confirm your country.
Finland,
Thank you, Finland. Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Finland has voted yes. France, please confirm your country.
La France.
Thank you, France. Could you please tell us your vote?
Oui.
France has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Germany. Germany, could you please tell us your country?
Germany.
Thank you, Germany. And now could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Germany has voted yes. Republic of Guinea, could you please confirm your country?
La Guinée?
Thank you. Guinea, could you please tell us your vote?
No.
Republic of Guinea has voted no. Hungary, please confirm your country.
It's Hungary. It is Hungary.
Thank you, Hungary. Could you please tell us your vote?
It's a yes.
Hungary has voted yes. Iceland, could you please confirm your country?
Iceland.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
Iceland abstains.
Iceland has abstained. Now we are moving to India. India, the name of your country, please.
India.
Thank you, India. Could you please tell us your vote?
We vote yes.
India has voted yes. Ireland. Ireland, please confirm your country.
Republic of Ireland.
Thank you, Republic of Ireland. Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Republic of Ireland has voted yes. Israel, please confirm your country.
I represent Israel.
Thank you, Israel. Could you please now tell us what is your vote?
We vote yes.
Israel has voted yes. Italy, could you please tell us your name of the country?
Republic of Italy.
Republic of Italy, could you please tell us your vote?
Italy votes yes.
The Republic of Italy has voted yes. Republic of Korea, your country?
The Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Could you please tell us your vote?
The Republic of Korea votes yes.
Republic of Korea has voted yes. Laos, please. Could you please confirm your country?
Lao People Democratic Republic.
The Laos Democratic Republic. Could you please confirm your vote?
Our vote is no.
So Laos has voted no. Lithuania, please confirm your country.
Lithuania.
Can you please, thank you, you're always, yes, okay, thank you, Lithuania. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Lithuania has voted yes. Luxembourg, your country, please.
Luxembourg.
Thank you, Luxembourg, your vote.
Yes.
Luxembourg has voted yes. Marshall Islands, could you please confirm the name of your country?
Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Could you please now tell us your vote?
No.
The Republic of Marshall Islands has voted no. Now I'm moving to Mexico. Mexico, please confirm the name of your country.
México.
Thank you, Mexico. What is your vote?
México vota sí.
Mexico has voted yes. Monaco, please confirm the name of your country.
Principauté de Monaco.
Thank you, Monaco. And could you please tell us what is your vote?
Oui.
Monaco has voted yes. Morocco, please confirm your country.
Le Royaume du Maroc.
Thank you. The Kingdom of Morocco, could you please tell us your vote?
Notre vote est non.
The Kingdom of Morocco has voted no. Nauru, please confirm your country.
Nauru?
Thank you, Nauru. Could you please now tell us what is your vote?
No.
Nauru has voted no. Netherlands, please confirm your country.
Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you. And what is your vote?
Yes.
The Kingdom of Netherlands has voted yes. New Zealand, please confirm your country.
New Zealand.
Thank you, New Zealand. And could you please tell us now your vote?
New Zealand votes yes.
New Zealand has voted yes. Norway, please confirm your country.
I represent the Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you, Norway. And could you please now tell us what is your vote?
Our vote is no.
Norway has voted no. We are moving now to the Republic of Palau. Palau, could you please confirm the name of your country?
Republic of Palau.
Could you please just raise your, yes, I see you. Palau, could you please tell us your vote?
Palau votes no.
The Republic of Palau has voted no. I'm moving now to Panama. Panama, please confirm your country.
República de Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. Could you please tell us your vote?
Sí.
Panama has voted yes. We are moving now to Peru. Peru, could you please confirm your country?
República del Perú.
Thank you, Peru. Could you please now tell us what is your vote?
Nuestro voto es de abstención.
Peru has abstained. Poland, could you please confirm your country?
Poland.
Thank you, Poland. And could you please tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Poland has voted yes. Portugal, please confirm your country.
Portugal?
Thank you, Portugal. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Portugal has voted yes. St. Kitts and Nevis, please confirm your country.
St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you. I see you. Could you please tell us your vote?
No.
So St. Kitts and Nevis has voted no. Now I'm moving to St. Lucia. St. Lucia, please confirm your country.
St. Lucia.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Could you please tell us what is your vote?
No.
St. Lucia has voted no. I'm moving now to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Please confirm your country.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you. Could you please tell us now your vote?
No.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines has voted no. Now I'm moving to Slovak Republic. Could you please confirm your country?
Slovak Republic.
Where are you? Could you? Thank you. You see that I need you now to wave your hand because I'm there. So thank you so much for that. Slovak Republic, could you please tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
Slovak Republic has voted yes. I'm moving now to South Africa. South Africa, please confirm your country.
Republic of South Africa.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
Say yes.
The Republic of South Africa has voted yes. I'm moving now to Spain. Spain, please confirm your country.
España.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
Nuestro voto es sí.
Spain has voted yes. Sweden, could you please, Sweden is, yes, Sweden, could you please confirm your country?
I represent Sweden.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Sweden has voted yes. I'm moving now to the front again to Switzerland. Switzerland, please confirm your country.
Switzerland,
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
abstain.
Switzerland has abstained. Now I'm moving to Togo. Togo, please confirm your country.
République togolaise.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
Abstention.
Togo has abstained. United Kingdom, please confirm your country.
The United Kingdom.
United Kingdom, could you please tell us your vote?
The United Kingdom votes yes.
The United Kingdom has voted yes. I'm moving to Uruguay. Uruguay, please confirm your country.
Uruguay.
Thank you, Uruguay. Could you please tell us your vote?
Sí.
Uruguay has voted yes. I'm moving now to USA. Please confirm your country.
The United States?
Thank you. Could you please now tell us what is your vote?
Yes.
USA has voted yes. So I'm going now to Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua and Barbuda, could you please confirm your country?
Antigua and Barbuda?
Thank you. And what is your vote?
No.
Antigua and Barbuda has voted no. Argentina, please confirm your country.
República Argentina.
Thank you. And what is your vote?
Our vote is yes.
Republic of Argentina has voted yes. I'm moving now to Australia. Australia, please confirm your country.
Australia.
Thank you, Australia. And what is your vote?
Yes.
Australia has voted yes. Now I'm moving to Austria. Austria, Could you please confirm your country?
Austria.
Thank you, Austria. Could you please tell us your vote?
Yes.
Austria has voted yes. Now, moving to Belgium. Belgium, please confirm your country.
Le Royaume de Belgique.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your vote?
Le vote est oui.
The Kingdom of Belgium has voted yes. I'm moving now to Benin. Benin, please confirm the name of your country. Benin.
C'est le Bénin, la République du Bénin d'abord.
Thank you, Benin. Could you please tell us your vote?
Abstention.
Benin has abstained. I'm moving now to Brazil. Brazil, please confirm the name of your country.
Brazil.
Brazil, what is your vote?
Yes.
Brazil has voted yes. Bulgaria. Bulgaria, where is Bulgaria? Thank you.
Republic of Bulgaria.
Thank you for telling me the name. Thank you very much. And could you please tell us what is your vote? Bulgaria has voted yes. Cambodia. Cambodia, please confirm the name of your country.
Kingdom of Cambodia.
And what is your vote?
Abstain.
The Kingdom of Cambodia has abstained. I'm moving now to Chile. Chile, could you please confirm the name of your country?
Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Could you please tell us now what is your vote?
Sí.
Chile has voted yes. And finally, China. China, please confirm the name of your country.
China.
Thank you, China. Could you please tell us your vote?
Abstain.
China has abstained. And with this, Mr. Chairman, I have finished the roll call.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. So, on the vote to decide whether or not to adopt the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities, we received 37 yes votes, 12 no votes, and 8 abstentions. Given that this is a resolution, the rules state that a 50% majority is required to approve and agree the resolution. So in this case, the resolution on the international legal obligations in commercial whaling activities is adopted by the Commission, and I thank you all for the manner in which you conducted the vote. I will add, as I mentioned on the previous vote on the schedule amendment, that while this Commission always strives for consensus, and we've seen some very positive signs of continuing to work on difficult issues in a consensus manner, it is within our rules of procedure to go to a vote to make a decision, and it is the right of parties to request a vote for decision making. And as with all of these decisions, there will be those who are pleased with the outcome and those who are not. And I think, again, I reiterate, I think we can all be very proud of the manner in which we conducted this and the manner in which we conducted the debate in a respectful way. I will now open the floor for any comments, and I will then move to close the agenda item and move on, and I will tell you what I plan in terms of future agenda items. I see Peru, you have the floor.
¿Me está escuchando? Sí, señor presidente, el Perú saluda la propuesta que presentó Hungría, que ya fue adoptada por el plenario, sobre el proyecto de resoluciones sobre obligaciones jurídicas internacionales en actividades de caza comercial. Consideramos que esta resolución es importante para la conservación y la gestión y estudio de las especies de cetáceos. Creemos seguro que reforzará el cumplimiento de las normas internacionales y promoverá la responsabilidad de los países y la cooperación, asegurando la conservación y biodiversidad marina y la sostenibilidad. Sin embargo, hemos debido votar en abstención, dado que no fue posible acoger una observación que hicimos respecto a la situación del Perú sobre la Comemar, pero queríamos que quede constancia, que quede registro acerca de la posición que tenemos respecto a esta resolución, posición que además está alineada con con el Grupo de Países de Buenos Aires.
Thank you very much, Peru. Your comments will be noted, of course, in the record. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, presidente. Colombia también quiere manifestar su espíritu, está también de acuerdo con esta resolución. De todas maneras, pues se abstiene debido a que no hace parte de la Convemar, aunque es una iniciativa que consideramos muy importante para el beneficio de la conservación de los océanos. Al no ser parte de Convemar, este pronunciamiento no deberá interpretarse como un cambio de la posición nacional en este asunto. Solicitamos que quede en las minutas de la plenaria este pronunciamiento. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. And yes, of course, we will ensure those comments are included in the record. I see no one else taking the floor. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hungary, please. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW would like to thank to all who supported this resolution and also to all of you who work with us to improve the text. And I would like to reiterate that the purpose of this resolution is to kindly remind all governments to their duties set under the international law to cooperate with the IWC in order to avoid possible future misunderstanding related to commercial whaling activities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hungary. I see no one else wishing to take the floor, and so with this, I close agenda item 9, and we will provide a record of the decisions made. We have 2 agenda items that remain open. These are the other matters, agenda item 19 and agenda item 20, which is the adoption of daily reports of main outcomes, decisions and required actions arising from the 69th meeting. It will require the some overnight work from the Secretariat to bring forward the document required for agenda item 20. The closing of the meeting is a really important part of our business. While we have conducted some important decisions in this session, the closing session tomorrow morning, which I will propose we will start at our normal starting time of 9 a.m, will cover off on these important agenda items. It's an opportunity for us to close, to thank those who have made this meeting possible, and I believe a great success, and to farewell each other until we meet again in 2 years for IWC 70. So please, I do encourage you to be here promptly in the morning so we can conduct the last 2 important agenda items. I once again wish to thank you all very sincerely for the manner in which you conducted yourself. I've been coming to IWC meetings for many years, and I do not recall a meeting in which we have managed to deal with difficult issues as we have today in a matter as respectful and calm as we have today. So I truly congratulate you all, and I thank you all very much. And with that, 1 entire minute ahead of our 5:30 scheduled end, I suggest we adjourn for the day. Please remember, tonight at 1900, I don't know how I remembered this, it suddenly popped back into my head, which is pretty foggy at the moment after all of this, but at 1900 tonight there is an event down by the pool in this facility. I think there's a large marquee that has been put there, and that is for the voluntary funds for the IWC, so we will have an opportunity to see the work that the IWC does with its voluntary funds, so I encourage you all to go. This is an important part of our work, and enjoy some drinks and enjoy talking to one another about all of our different perspectives and how we have enjoyed our time here in the wonderful city of Lima in Peru. So with that, have a wonderful evening, and I look forward to seeing you all in the morning. Thank you.